1, and we are going to be taking marketing management. And welcome back to those who are coming back for the second time. And I would also want to give a special welcome to those that are joining us for the first time. Do we have any that are joining us for the first time? Okay. Are you like freshers starting this semester? Yes. Oh, okay. So welcome. A special welcome to you guys. So I'll need later on to just also show you where you find digital assignments, because you'd find that for our formative assessments, we've got 2 forms of formative assessments. That is our individual assignment and also the digital assignment. So I think for those who are coming for the second time around, already you are familiar with the system, but the new ones I'll just also try to show you on the system where to find the digitals. Okay, so having said that, welcome everyone. So let's get started. So welcome to the world of marketing, guys. Okay, so in this module, guys, we are going to unpack the power of marketing. So you'd find that marketing is one of the disciplines in any organization or in any industry which has a lot of controversies. We are not very sure really to say, do we really need to have that department? Do we really need to have that function in the organization? And you'd find that sometimes, actually also as individuals, we also have some challenges whereby we actually, confuse or have a myth behind what exactly is marketing, and we sometimes confuse it with selling or with sales, of which there is actually a very big demarcation between the 2 principles. You'd find that sales is actually part and parcel of marketing. It will be like a discipline under marketing. Okay, so we need that. So that's basically what we want to unpack in this module. And we need also to understand to say exactly what is marketing. Why is it important in the organization? Why are we really taking time to invest so much in that discipline? So that's basically what we are going to look at in this module. So these are some of the questions, guys, that I want you to be thinking about, or that I want to pose to you. Think about them, reflect on them, so that as we continue with the module, you should be able to at least try to articulate, to say, what does that mean to you? And how best can you apply it in your work environment? Because some of you, you are working class, some of you, you've got your own businesses. So this learning space, it should actually give you value so that you are able to articulate at a better level in your workspace or in your business environment. Okay, so we need to understand, what is marketing? Do you really understand what marketing is? The underlying fundamental meaning of marketing, do you understand it? Okay, and then what role does marketing play in my life? So in your life, how does it influence you? How does the marketing activities influence you as a consumer, as a customer? Because you'd find that our main function as marketing practitioners. So when you are in this module now, you are marketing managers. So each module, when you go to another module, you should be able to have a paradigm shift and have or wear the cap of that particular discipline that you are doing. So here, we need to be able to think at the level of marketing managers or assistant marketing managers. So that's the cap that we should be wearing. But also put yourself in the shoes of a customer or a consumer. How does the marketing activities influence you as an individual, as a customer, as a business? Okay. And then, is marketing important? Is it really important? Is it worth it? Why are you doing it? What value does it give you as a business, as an individual? And then, why has marketing attracted much attention of the media? You'd find there are a lot of controversies, like I indicated, around the concept of marketing. So we need to also to just understand, why is there so much controversy around this discipline? Why is it important? Is it necessary? So those are some of the questions that I want you to be thinking about as we continue. Okay. All right. I think you're just saying, oh, this is a funny way of learning. Don't worry. Okay. So now we just want to introduce ourselves, guys, because it's very important for us to know each other. At Regenesys, for those that have just joined us for the first time, we don't lecture, we facilitate. What is the implication of facilitation? It means the learning space now, guys, it's a two-way learning paradigm. So we are taking you as individuals that have got information. You are not blank. You have got information. From where? From your previous learnings, from the environment around you, from your workspaces, you are exposed to a lot of information. So we want you guys to bring that kind of information that you have and also be able to give meaning or give value to the learning space. So I'm going to learn a lot of things from you guys as much as you are also going to learn from me. So that's what we do at Regenesys. No lecturing, I'm sorry, but it's facilitation. So we need to be accustomed to the way of learning. Okay? So I'm just going to introduce myself. My name is Patience Nyoni. For those who are joining for the first time, I think you saw me during the induction. I'm the academic head for the undergraduates. So your progress is very important because you are part and parcel of my portfolio. So I'm very excited to have you on board. Those who are coming a second time around, I'm also excited to see you, and I hope you have passed your examination. Those who didn't really do quite well and are supposed to be doing supplementaries, don't give up. The sky is the limit. Life happens, but what matters is your attitude. After you have failed, what's your attitude? How are you going to react? So if you have failed, not that we promote failing, we want you to work very hard, but if really things have gone bad, just pick yourself up, and you need also to be preparing for your supplementary examination. I think you already got the dates for your supplementaries for those that are subjected to that. Okay, and then I'm a chartered marketer, so marketing, I really love marketing, anything to do with marketing, I'm very interested, and I also hold an MBA. I love education. I also assist with supervision of MBA dissertation. So some of you, should you continue with your learning, maybe we may actually be meeting at that level whereby we are interacting as you write your dissertations. Okay, so now guys, I would like to know you. That's part and parcel of facilitating, to say we need to relate to you guys as individuals, not just another number who is paying fees. So each and every one of you guys, you are very important, and thank you so much for choosing Regenesys. So how are we going to introduce ourselves? You just quickly tell me about yourself. So you just have 2 seconds. Or 5 minutes, 5 seconds. Just quickly tell us about yourself. What's on there? Maybe if you want to tell us a bit about your designation, if you are working, and anything funny that you want the class to know about you. But the most important part, I also want to get to know your expectations. So rather than us going to look at expectations differently, I also want to be populating your expectations so that we see where if we are in alignment. Okay. All right, so we are going to start from here. Even if you sit, it's fine.
My name is Tiku Mwale. I'm working and I've started my own business. Hopefully, if it starts well and runs well, then I'll quit my job.
Okay, your expectations, like I indicated, that's the most important. Welcome. What are your expectations from this module? Yes.
Is like as I'm starting my business, I would require some marketing knowledge and expertise. So that will help me to set up the business.
Okay. Thank you. Next one.
My name is I'm working for transport engineering, and my expectations for this course is to learn more how to market our business in the manufacturing environment.
Okay. All right. So I think it can be for application. Thank you. Next one.
My expectations from this course is to put yourself to the world out there, especially when coming to business side of things, how to market, how to introduce myself to the world.
Okay, so I think it will also be under application. You want to be able to apply yourself in the environment. Okay, yes.
My name is Jay Isaac. Working for CT on some projects, but the reason why I'm actually registered this course is to establish my own company or to register my own company. My aim is to establish a multi-generational company. So I've realized that I need to establish a multi-generational company. The foundation of the company is to sustain for years. So that's what I'm taking already doing.
Okay, so I think knowledge, application, and also for entrepreneurship purposes. Thank you. Next one.
I am a radio presenter. I provide them, and for me, I think it's also application and something individual and marketing.
Okay, right. I think it's already populated. Thank you. All right. Thank you.
Hi, my name is Alpha. Welcome against you. I get this spirit to take myself.
Okay, skills. Next one. Thank you. Volume, guys.
Hi, my name is Risha Kwan. I'm from Manama. I'm working for I'm working as a business advisor. So, my expectations here, I want to know to have more information on your business. What are the like small businesses and big businesses? What are the rules there? And so I advise people really to be not fair or not like to fear to like not to be fear of the unknown.
Okay. Okay. So I think we can say knowledge, application, and what also, and maybe also alignment with our environment. What else can we have? Yeah, I think that's more like it. Also, in addition to what we already have. Thank you.
I'm here. I'd like to build to learn how to build.
Okay. So for customer relationship management purposes, thank you. Yes, at the back. Okay, so I can say professional growth. Yes, starting from you guys at the back. Okay, so I think knowledge is already, what is it, is already also there. And also I think to some extent you also want to understand application.
My name is Maite. I work for a National Network Agency as a business advisor. My expectation is to know about markets as I do knowledge, exposure, networking.
Okay, so I think new one is for networking purposes. Thank you. Next one.
My name is Katu Sharomawako. I've been running my own business for the past 11 years. Now, my expectations from this course is I could stay relevant in this sport and PESTLE evolution. And also, possibly take my business to an international level, a community level. So I'm hoping that this marketing will assist me to take my business further.
Okay, so I think I can also look at growth, that is growth of your business, but then alignment already we have. You want to be aligned to the environment, okay? Next one.
My expectation is the knowledge and application, how we can take construction to the next level.
Okay, so I think already it's already the growth of the business. Thank you.
My name is Nombuzo. I'm working for Support Project Management Services on the side of fire safety. So my
So we are very safe. Yeah, that's an honest opinion.
my expectations for me to do this course is knowledge and application to improve my skills and my
Okay, so I think it's already captured.
Good morning. My name is Rafida Ramila and I work for Support Project IT department. And I'm expecting to know more about marketing and how to apply it.
Okay, I think it's already there. Thank you.
Hi, my name is Rafida Jassi. I do CSI and enterprise development for a construction company, Proper Construction and Recreation Roberts. And there's more application for the SMEs more than anything else.
Okay, so application. Okay, thank you.
Good morning. My name is Amanda Hideneko and I'm an ERP consultant. Basically from this module, I'd like to know more, just get more knowledge on the module and how I can apply it on my next journey of starting my business.
Okay, so application we have it. Thank you.
Hey, my name is Fabio Samashiro. I'm from Rustenburg. I work for Tech Holdings. It's a mining industry safety. And basically for me, it's just exposure because marketing is broad. So it's just for exposure and knowledge.
Okay, I think I'll put exposure. Thank you. Next one.
What I want to take away from the whole since we deal with the international clients as well. I think to obtain the knowledge and the tools to empower myself
Mm-hmm.
and position myself in a strong position within the organization.
Okay. Well, I think we can also look at strategic positioning. Also be able to help your, what is it, your customers. Thank you. Okay, knowledge, and also you're looking also at entrepreneurship purposes.
Working for legal petitions and the purpose for me for this course is for future people's business.
Okay, entrepreneurship. Thank you.
Hi, my name is Rosina Bebele. I work for Fidelity Liberty as an accountant. My expectation for this module is just for knowledge.
All right. Okay, thank you.
Morning, everyone. My name is Mbali Ngwenyama. My expectation is just to be aligned with what's happening in the marketing world.
Okay, so alignment, we have it.
Morning.
Thank you.
My name is Amos. I'm a banker. To be honest, I'm just here for the paper. I just need the qualification.
Need the qualification.
Love it.
Okay. Yes, because we find that we are here for different reasons. Some of us, we are already, we have already grown professionally, and it's the paper that the organization wants. Okay, nothing wrong. Yes.
I'll be first. I'm Gillian Hasty. I'm a first line operational specialist for processing. My expectation would be knowledge. I already have a diploma in marketing management, so it will be knowledge and application.
Okay. Thank you.
Hello, everybody. My name is Tessa Osman. I draft legal agreements. I work for Mnet. So I think my expectation would be about personal brand management,
Okay.
as well as the alignment of barter agreements and sponsorship agreements, and how that benefits us as a company. From a marketing point of view.
Okay, so we are also looking at personal branding, which is very important. Okay. And also for legislation purposes. Okay, so that there is really alignment. Okay, thank you. And also for compliance purposes. Knowledge and application, thank you.
Hi everyone, I'm Dora Brandon. I'm in the compliance department, still carry my license for an aircraft maintenance engineer. I'm here for knowledge, and obviously I'd like to start my own airline, so I'll need to know how to attract people.
Okay.
I'm also trying to write my book for a specific group of people, so I'll need to know how to attract them as well. And I'm expecting A's.
Okay. All right. So I think for entrepreneurship purposes, it's already captured. And also, she's also talking about, I think, knowledge and application. When she's looking at the right group, she's already looking at some principles that we're going to cover in marketing that is targeting our relevant market. Yes.
Hello, everybody. My name is Tamba Drive. I work for a pharmaceutical company. I'm in the IT department. For me, it's to understand why is marketing critical for an organization and the application level.
Okay, application and also purpose of marketing in the organization. I think that was actually one of the questions that we said we must always be thinking about it, which I posed when we started. Okay, thank you.
My name is Patrick. I work for Elasticity Hotels. I run Pilansberg Resorts in Rustenburg. And obviously, running a business of that magnitude, you need to understand the mechanisms of adding value into your business, and I think the module will play a role.
Okay, all right.
To help her to market for her airline company.
See, already networking is starting. Okay, thank you. Yes.
Tando, I work for Regenesys as a BBA, and for me, it's knowledge and entrepreneurship purposes.
Okay, so knowledge and entrepreneurship.
My name is Tabo. I work for Manpower Group, and I think for me, it's just to be able to engage better with people at an executive level.
Okay, so for engagement, and it's also important, I think somebody also already spoke about relevance. We don't want people that are irrelevant in those board meetings. You are not there. So we want you to be relevant. Okay, thank you. Next one. Okay, so all right. Okay, so this branding that we are talking about, is it branding for the organization or personal branding? Okay, so personal branding, which is very important, guys. We'll talk about it as we continue. Thank you. Next one.
So I'm in sales and marketing, so the aim is to pretty much acquire as much knowledge in marketing. I need to boost sales.
Okay, all right. Thank you, Beatrice. I think her points are already also captured there, and it's very important for us as a business to grow. So that's why Beatrice is here. Thank you. Yes.
Morning, everyone. My name is Sibula Sibanda. I work for MultiChoice as frontline.
My reason for being here is for personal development, my skills, and yeah, upskilling myself.
Okay. So I think already skills, we have them. Thank you.
Morning, I'm Annelien Pritze. I'm working in the financial department of Tiger Brands, and I want to learn and understand the marketing department.
Okay. Okay. Think knowledge.
Morning everyone, my name is Christopher. I'm working for Tiger Brands as well. And why I'm here is to learn and apply.
Okay. Thank you. I think it's already there. And then we have got few individuals that came after we have started. Where are they? We want you to introduce yourselves, guys, quickly. Yes?
My name is Mohamed Bless. I work under City of Johannesburg. I'm here just to learn and be a better person.
Okay. I think your point is already there. Thank you. Anyone else? Those who came a little bit later. Where are you? Please introduce yourselves. Do we have? Yes?
Hi guys, my name is Patience.
Oh, is that you? Oh, okay. All right. Okay. All right. So thank you very much, guys. So let's also have a look at what we have as far as the learning outcomes of this module are concerned. And then we see if there's an alignment. But from my perspective, it seems your your expectations, they're already covered in our learning outcomes. But should you feel that some of your learning outcomes are not addressed, we can always interact at the end of the module and see how best to assist each other. So we are saying these are the learning outcomes. So it means even from your sleep, if somebody comes and asks you about, let's say, for example, the first learning outcome, you should be able to write a story. I always say to students, after you have finished learning a module, you have read, you have written your notes, you should be able to put your book away and just be able to study just from the learning outcomes. From the learning outcomes, you should be able to rewrite the module if you have really properly studied that particular module. So this is like your compass, this is like your guideline. So we are saying explain marketing terminology, concepts, and principles. So it's very important, guys, for us to understand the relevant terminologies in marketing. So you'd find that we're going to do a lot of different new words. Some of them you know them, some of them we just need to re-explain them so that you understand exactly what are their meanings. So terminology, and then understand market segmentation and positioning principles. So you'd find that we are also going to do the principle of segmentation, STDP, segmentation, targeting, differentiation, and positioning, which is very important for our businesses to say, are we really able to segment the market? Somebody was saying, I want to start my own airline and I want to know whom should I target. Already she's speaking to that principle of segmentation. You have a market. How then are you going to divide it? How then are you going to demarcate it so that you know exactly whom to target? It's not physical, or it's not feasible for you as a business to try sometimes to target everyone. Yes, sometimes we do that. We do the mass targeting. But sometimes we really need to use targeting strategies, segmentation. Then we target, we differentiate, and we position. So those are some of the things that we will be also doing. And then we are saying describe the marketing environment. So you find that every business is influenced by its business environment. As a business, you'd find that you have got 3 environments that are influencing you. You have the micro environment. That is the environment within the organization. Do you understand that environment? Do you understand how it influences you? And then you need also to understand the tool that you use for measuring that particular environment, which is the SWOT analysis. And then we also have the macro environment. That is the environment that is external to the business. Somebody was saying we are an international organization, or we deal with international customers. You need to be able to understand the paradigms or the dynamics of your external environment. So we are talking about the PESTLE analysis. What are the political factors affecting you as a business? So when we are looking at that macro environment, don't worry, you understand them later on as we go. When you're looking at that PESTLE analysis or that macro environment, automatically we are speaking to the environment where you are doing your business. So if you are doing your business in South Africa, it means your macro environment is in South Africa. So when you are now going to do your PESTLE analysis, you need to understand what are the political factors in South Africa. What is the economical situation in South Africa? What are the sociological factors in South Africa? So you are looking at things from the context of where the business is operating. Someone may say, our organization, we are having an international, or we have got an international influence. Which other international countries are you working with? So automatically you need to understand the environment in those particular countries. So you cannot take the political situation in South Africa and match it to the political situation in USA. Already it's different. So we are going to be looking and analyzing those different environments. And also, you need to understand your market environment. So so they are called business environments or marketing environment. Then under that, under the marketing environment, we have got one called market. So all of them, the three, it's marketing environment or a business environment. So a market environment, it's immediately outside the organization. And then when you are looking at immediately outside the organization, we are going to use our Porter's 5 forces. So some of these tools, I know you have used them before, so we are just going to reinforce them. Some of those tools, you'd find that you use them in other modules. What you need to do now is alignment with that module. So when you are using a PESTLE analysis in marketing, when I go to strategy, how do I apply? You'd find that the concept is the same, but you need now to align yourself with that particular module that you are doing. So understand your environment immediately outside you, which we call the market environment. So some of the people that you need to know, who are your competitors? Who are your suppliers? It's important for you to know your competitive environment so that you know how best to compete. You know how best to strategically position yourself. Because sometimes as businesses, we are wasting resources, investing in strategies that do not help us, or competing where we cannot compete. So we need to understand where exactly are we able to compete and be able to do what is called selective investment. Invest in that which actually gives you value as a business. And then describe the principle of consumer behavior. So that is very important. We need to understand, how does the consumer react to all the noise that we make? So as an organization, as a business, you'd find that you have got what is called share of voice. I think somebody said she's from the radio. She should be knowing about share of voice. What's your share of voice in the market? How much noise are you making? What recognition do people have? What level of awareness do people have when it comes to your mind? So you'd find that as a business, sometimes you're just like a laggard. Nobody knows you. Even when you go to the search engines, if I punch in your name, or if I punch in whatever product or you are selling, at what level do you appear on the search engine itself? Automatically, we are speaking to your visibility. What level of visibility do you have as a business? So we need to understand the trend, or we need to understand how consumers think, how consumers react to our activities, so that at the end of the day, we understand exactly when, where, and how to project or to present our marketing activities. So you'd find that why marketing is always really a source of controversy. We are being blamed for manipulating mindset of the customer. But as true marketers, that's not what we stand for. We are not there to manipulate the mindset of customers. We are just there to present them with information. And then from that information, it's supposed to help them to make a decision. So you need to understand that pattern, the behavior of the consumer. From the time you advertise to the time they buy, what are the different activities that goes on in the mindset of the customer? It's very important to you so that you know how to work with your customers. And then understand the marketing mix. So you'd find that marketing is all about the marketing mix, what we call the P's. So in marketing, it's all about the P's. You cannot afford to talk about marketing and not talk about P's. So you need to know those P's in marketing. So the main P's that we talk about are the 4 P's. And then, of course, you'd find that we have got what are called extended P's. Normally, they are applicable to the service industry. But now you'd find that because of globalization, because of the high level of competition, even if you are not in a service industry, you are forced to some extent to make sure that you implement some issues of service or giving a quality service to your customers. So I just want to brainstorm, get to know from you which P's do you know? Let's start with the main 4 P's. Which P's do you know? Okay, let's have one at a time. Yes? Product. Very good. What else? Price. Place. What? Packaging, that would be an added one. We want the main ones. Promotion. So those are the 4 basic P's that we need to know. You need to know about the product. As a business, what's your product? So your product can be the solid product that we are selling, or it can be an intangible product, which is a service. So you need to understand what product are you presenting as a business. So your product becomes your market offering. So when we are saying market offering, that is what you are going to offer on the market space. What is it that you are going to present on the market space? And without a product, there is no business. So a product, it's very important for you to understand your product. And then it's very important for your employees, especially the sales force, to have product knowledge. And then we go to the price. Very crucial. That's the only P that brings revenue in the organization. All the other P's, they take out money from the organization. So it's only price. So it means now you need to be very sensitive when it comes to your pricing strategy. You need also to understand how do you price and understand your pricing strategies. So it should be informed, of course, by your mission and vision for the organization. So things are not haphazard. Everything is starting from a strategic point of view. What are your strategic goals? What is your vision as an organization? And then there should be an alignment. And then place. What is place? Place. Where you are marketing. What is place? Where you are operating. Okay. Apparently, you'd find that that's the perception that we have to say place is where we are doing business. But no, it's not where we are doing business. When we are talking about place, we are talking about distribution. So you are going to be looking at your distribution network, your supply chain. So place is your distribution. How are you distributing? How are you ensuring that your products, your services, your solutions actually get to the customers? Like, for example, because of digitization, how else are we making sure that our products get to the customers? How are we doing that? Yes. So you'd find that as a business, if you don't have an online platform, it becomes a challenge, because you'd find that things are changing. Consumers are changing how they want to do business with you. We need to have alignment also with the dynamics of the 4th industrial revolution. Where are you as a business? What is the alignment that you have? And how are you planning for your customers to make sure that you also make sure that they are also experiencing what the latest revolution is actually bringing on board. Okay, and then promotion. Promotion, what do you understand by promotion? So place, we said it's your distribution system. So place, what is, sorry, promotion? Sorry? Making sell, okay. Promotion? Advertising? Attracting customers? So you'd find that normally when we talk of promotion, people think that it's about sales. Promotion is all your communication. So promotion, we are looking at your communication mix. So all these P's, we are saying they are called marketing mix. And then promotion, it's your communication mix. How do you communicate to your customers? So already some of you were giving me examples like advertising. So you find that advertising is an example of a promotion. So promotion, it's all the communication. It's all the noise that you make in the environment. Are we clear? So later on you'll find that we'll also look at the different kinds of promotions. Okay? And then so those are the main 4 P's, and we also have, like I said, what we call extended P's, which initially, or in the true sense, they were just applicable to the service industry. But we are saying even if you are not in service industry, they are also important nowadays because of the competition. Which ones are those? Which other P's? Sorry? Personal selling, it's an example of communication. It's an example of the promotions. Which are the extended P's? Sorry? Planning, not planning. Packaging, it will be part and parcel of communication. It will be your way of communication, your promotion. Which are the other P's? Sorry? Those are the 4. So we are saying on top of the 4, we've got other 3 to make them 7. So you'd find that mainly we talk about the 4, but there are other 3 that we are saying they're important, especially in the service industry. But we are saying even if you are not a service in the service industry, they are also now very important. So you'd find that we have 1, it's process. Which processes are we talking about? We are talking about our processes that we have in doing our business. What are the processes in place? Let's say you are from the retail industry. How are you doing business? From the moment I walk in your store to being served by you, who is there to help me on the floor? Do we have people with knowledge that are there to assist customers? Going to your point of sale, do we have those cashiers? Are they motivated? Do they have product knowledge? Are they smiling? Are they engaging with the customers? So all that is very important, your processes. So that's why you'd find that now, most stores now, they are using the scanning system. Why are they doing that? It's trying to speed up our processes. So our processes now, we need to do what is called JIT principles. We need to apply JIT principles just in time. The moment you are going to be delaying, your customer will be taken. Customers are really exposed to a lot of information, and competitors are out there like hawks waiting to grab your customers. So the moment you delay, somebody is going to take your customer. So you need to be applying JIT principles just in time. Are you able to deliver just in time? So we are looking at our processes. So in your businesses, what processes are in place? Are they helping the customers? Are they still relevant? But some of these traditional processes that we have, they are no longer relevant. We're just doing them as a tradition. We should be able to revamp our systems, or as businesses in those strategic meetings, we should be able to look holistically at our business and see what works and what is not working. Are we clear? And then another P, we are looking at the people. Which people are we looking at? We are not looking at the customer. We are looking at you as the employees. The people we are talking about is the employees. Do they have knowledge? Do they have the product knowledge? Because sometimes you'd find that you have got people that are misaligned to your vision as an organization. Do your employees have the same vision as you, the vision bearer in the organization? Do they understand your values? Do they understand what you stand for as a business? Do they have the relevant skills? Sometimes we fail to make business because our employees don't have the right skills. And at the end of the day, they are not able to, promote the business effectively. And then finally, we have physical evidence. So the physical evidence, that's now what normally people confuse with the place. So the physical evidence, we are talking about the physical place where you are doing business. So where exactly are you? As SABC, where are you? Where are you situated? So already you'd find that a lot of perceptions comes to the mindset of the customer. The moment you tell them about your organization, they already start visualizing where are they? Where are they situated? What does the building look like? What is the infrastructure? Already somebody can even rank you just because of where you are situated. But of course, it's not always the case. You may be situated in a very remote area, but still being a very powerful brand. But we are saying your physical evidence matters. Where are you? What does your building look like? Do you look like a fly-by-night organization? Customers, they are also afraid of financial risk. Let's say maybe you are in the financial sector, like I heard a lot of you are in that industry. And then, your bank or your investment, institution is really looking like a fly-by-night. People want that surety to say, tomorrow if I come back, you will still be in existence. That's why we are having issues of people not wanting to be aligned with online shopping or doing business online. It's issues of trust. They are afraid, we are so used to the brick and mortar. I want to see a building. I want to see somebody. Now you are taking me online. As much as that's where the world is going, but you'd find that that's where we are still having resistance. It's issues of trust, and it's issues of physical evidence. You don't want to just put your money where you are not sure you will find it someday. Okay, let's look at the different areas that we need to cover. So the marketing terminology concept, that's our chapter 1, and then the marketing environment, and then consumer buyer behavior, competitor analysis. We need also to be able to analyze our competitors, market segmentation and positioning. That's what we spoke about, to say we should be able to segment our market. And then product strategies. We need to understand what is a product and how do we plan for our product in the organization. Pricing decisions. We need to know how we price and what decisions we need to make when we are pricing, and what pricing strategy can we use. And then the distribution decision, already this is the place. So the distribution, already we're talking about place decision. And then integrated marketing communication, that's the promotion. And then the marketing plan. So at the end of the day, guys, you should be able to draw a marketing plan for your organization or for your business. You should be able to sit down and be able to draw a marketing plan. And all plans for the different departments, they should be aligned to the strategic plan of the organization. So that's basically what we want to cover, guys. And then let's just quickly also articulate our ground rules. So our ground rules, guys, under normal circumstances, we should start at 8:30. So next week, let's try to say by 8:30, we are all seated so that we are ready to go. Okay? And then also this learning space, guys, like I said, at Regenesys, we facilitate, meaning it's a two-way process. So we need you guys to be open-minded. We need you to take risks and also, participating in the class. At this level, there's no longer number one. We are all moving as one big group. So we should be able to interact. We should be able to be open-minded. We should be able to also bring the knowledge that we have from our organization, our experience, and also from the environment that we are in touch with. And what is it? We need also to be able to respect each other. So this is the learning space. You have taken time to come here. You have come here for a purpose, and that purpose is to learn. So even somebody, if they give an answer which is off the line, that's the purpose of this forum. Otherwise, if we all knew, we knew it, we wouldn't be here. So we are here to learn. And our tea break will go at 10 o'clock. So remind me when it's 10 o'clock, latest quarter past. And then lunchtime will go at 12 o'clock. Finishing time, we'll see how much we cover, but let's put it at 4 o'clock. But if we move quite fast, maybe we can finish around 3:30. But let's put it at 4 o'clock. Okay. Are we happy with the times? Or are there any negotiations to be made? Sorry? You are happy? Smoke break. Oh, don't worry. You won't even realize you haven't smoked. Okay. So let's just also highlight something very important, the Regenesys leadership or integrated model, which is very important. So at Regenesys, like I said, we take you guys as people who are very knowledgeable. You've got so much, knowledge that you can bring in on the space. We are also looking at 4 different types of intelligences that you have, guys. And which ones are those? So Regenesys' purpose is now to awaken those intelligences. Some of them we are using them, but we are not fully utilizing them. But we are saying we want them all to be utilized. So you'd find that we're going to be tapping into your physical intelligence. So what do we mean when we're talking about the physical intelligence? We are saying, guys, you need also to be conscious about your physical intelligence. Even what you eat, your diet, exercising. Are you also taking time to, to take care of yourself? It's very important because it has got a repercussion on your cognitive development. So it's very important, guys, for you also to take time in ensuring that you are also investing in your physical or in your health as an individual, starting from your diet. Are we clear? We also look at emotional intelligence. So at Regenesys, that is the distincting factor for Regenesys from other business schools. We look at emotional and spiritual intelligence. So what exactly do we mean when we are looking at emotional intelligence? We are looking at you guys, equipping you guys so that you are able to operate at a higher emotional level. So by the end of maybe like those who are just starting with us, by the end of 1 module or maybe latest, if it takes time, 2 modules, you should no longer be an emotional person. Are we clear? So that's what this is all about. You should be able, guys, to take command of your emotions. Are we clear? So you should be able to understand your emotions. Take time to understand what triggers you. What really drives you mad as a manager. And then you are now on guard. It means now, if you know something, you are already aware of it and you should be able to be on guard. So you should be able to know your emotions, understand your emotions, and be able to manage your emotions. Understand emotions of people around you and be able to relate to their emotions and help them to cope with their emotions. So we are looking at you guys, most of you, when you are actually, highlighting, you are at influential positions. So now if you are very emotional, how does it going to help the organization? You just hear people saying they're talking about you. So what? So even if they talk about you, what? So what? There is actually a bigger goal for you. There are actually bigger things for you to be thinking about rather than worrying about petty things. Yes, somebody is struggling in your department. How are you helping them? You should be able to relate to their emotions, help them to come out of that discomfort and help them to perform. So it's all about articulating to our performance. We are missing or we are losing time nursing our emotions. And time is moving. Businesses do not have time for us to be nursing our emotions. We should have emotional intelligence, understand our emotions, what triggers your emotions, and then be able to actually quickly move out of that space. If you know that I'm very angry as a manager, how do you react? How do you work around that anger? Yes, you're allowed to be angry sometimes, but how do you work around that anger? Do you finish 1 month now still very angry? That will cost the business. So it's all about, we want you guys to be emotionally intelligent. Know your emotions, manage them, relate to other people's emotions. So when we are talking about emotional intelligence and performance, we are saying if you are better at managing your emotions, you don't spend much time nursing those emotions, you are quickly able to look at things holistically and be able to come up with solutions and be able to move on. Even if you are presented with that hot, situation in the organization, how do you come out of that situation? With little emotional intelligence, you are not going to survive. So we are teaching you guys to be survivors and also to be mindful of the other people around you. Are we clear? And then we also have, spiritual intelligence. It has got nothing to do with religion. When we are looking at your spiritual intelligence, we are looking at your higher purpose. What's your bigger goal, guys? Why are you here? Why did you even take time to come here? Is it just because your organization can pay the bursary for you? That's not good enough. You should have an inner drive as an individual. Where do you see yourself in 5 years from now? We should move away, guys, from the situation of operating day to day. As long as I survive today, tomorrow will take care of it. It will never take care of itself. You need to plan for tomorrow. You need to be actually having a higher purpose. What's your strategic goal? Set up milestones for yourself. In that way, you have got a dream. It's like a compass that keeps you focused. If you don't have a goal, you are easily distracted. Any small noise, you are distracted. So we are saying we don't want you guys to be in that space. We want you to be focused. We want you to be mature about things and be able to operate at a different level. So those who are in positions of influence, we want to see you changing in your workspaces. We want to see even your teams enjoying working with you. Not saying when they see you, hey, there she comes. They know it's horror every time. Change. Are we clear? Okay? And then, of course, the intellectual quotient that we always talk about. So you find that for a long time, we're just focusing on the intellectual intelligence. So it's very important to have a high IQ or to manage your IQ, but we are saying all those other intelligences are also very important. So you'd find that we are having so many people that are intelligent intellectually, but they are fools when it comes to managing things. So we don't need the fools with the knowledge. We want very intelligent people that are able to articulate. So some people, they'll be very clever, but they don't use the knowledge wisely. You are dangerous to people if you are like that. Okay, and then we are also adding on to say we are not only looking at that, we are also interested in financial intelligence. That's what we are also adding as an organization to say your financial intelligence is also very important. Okay, so that's just the introduction. So we are about to start. So we have got a few minutes before we go to for tea break, but it's important. That's what we always do in the first module to make sure that all those underlying fundamental issues, they are covered so that you understand. Okay, so before we just start, I just want to introduce to you someone very special. Tando, please, can you come? Okay, so like Tando introduced herself. So this is Tando. She's my baby. So she's going to be taking care of you. So like she indicated, she's the PPA for you guys. So she'll be learning with you, but she's also your PPA. So remember we said when we're looking at ground rules, there should be respect of each other. So I would also appreciate you guys respecting her, but in the same breath, Tando is there to help you. So you are now very privileged to say Tando will be in the same class with you. So go on, all your problems are resolved. No more, hey, I don't know. Tando is there to help you. So this class is going to be high performance because now Tando is understanding what she needs to do and we are also understanding what we need to do. So it's a two-way process. But don't now, hey, Tando, she said, no, we remember emotional intelligence. Okay, so Tando is going to be assisting you. So normally when we are coming you find her at the reception and then tea breaks. Of course, tea break, it's quite short, but she can attend to one or two, but mainly during lunchtime, that's when she can attend to your queries. Okay, all right, thank you guys. So now let's begin with section 1. We are looking at marketing terminology, concept, and principles. So we need to start by defining to say what is marketing. What do you understand? What comes to your mind when you hear the word marketing? What do you understand? Yes, anyone? Remember, we said no one is there to kill you. This is family. No one is there to kill you, so please sign the register. Yes, do you want to try?
Satisfying customer needs in a competitive environment.
Sorry?
Satisfying customer needs in a competitive environment.
Okay, so it's talking about satisfying the customer's needs in a competitive environment. Okay, good enough. Yes?
Branding of the organization.
Branding of the organization.
Or the product, but branding, like what you can offer to your consumer.
Okay, so when you are just looking at the branding, it's part and parcel. It's an element of your marketing. So it's not everything, it's part of. Sorry? It's part and parcel, yes. Sorry? Okay. Yes.
I think it's building relationships and identifying new customers and what needs to be done.
Okay. Okay. So, yes, lastly, before I close. Okay. Exposing your business or your product. So that's the communication that we spoke about. Okay. So, she's getting emotional. Please, you have learned about emotional intelligence. Manage them. Okay, yes?
I think when I think of marketing, I think of new ideas of how to be a step ahead of my competition.
Okay. So, all your answers are correct, guys. Only that some of them, they were partial correct. So what exactly are we talking about when we are talking about marketing? So remember we said, as marketers, we are accused of manipulating mindset of customers. But we are saying, no, that's not what we are doing. So as true marketers, when you're talking about the concept of marketing, it's a process of identifying, anticipating, and satisfying the needs of the customers profitably. So I want to identify what are the needs of the customers. I need to anticipate what will be their needs in the future. So as much as I identify your needs now, I should also be able to anticipate other needs that you may have in the future. Because as a customer, already you have a perception that new products will be coming in the future. You are not happy as a customer to continue having the same product. Of course, with some products, you'd find that it will remain the same product. But are you able also to augment it? Are you also able to give some value, extra value to that particular product? So you'd find that a customer already has what is called expected product. They are expecting a certain product before it's even put on the market. For example, look like what is it? the Galaxy phones, what are they doing? S1, S2, where are we now? Are we on S10? So it means now, before they even tell you that there's going to be an S11, as a customer, you are expecting that it's going to come. So you should be able to identify what are the needs of my customers. You should be able to anticipate what would they need maybe later on in the future, so that you plan, so that you have got a future proof, or your strategies have got a future proof. And then you should be able to satisfy them profitably. So profitability should be there. So we are saying, in short, when we are looking at marketing, we are looking at a process whereby as a business, you need to understand your customers, understand their needs and wants, anticipate their future needs, and try to satisfy them profitably. So we are saying there should be value creation for you as a business. As a business, you should be able to capture value, and then also be able to create value for the customer. So if a customer is buying a product from you, are they really seeing value for money? Is there really value for money in your product? Are you overcharging them? So now we are looking at the value. You'd find that value now, it's a broad concept. It's actually perceived value. What I may see as a value to me, it may not be value to you as an individual. So you'd find that it's safer now to, when we are looking at value, to look at it as perceived value. Because value is not only from your side. It should actually be also from the customer side. How do they perceive? What do they look as? What do they perceive as something that is valuable to them? Someone may be looking at quality. If something is of high quality, it gives me value. If something is of reasonable price, that's value for me. So value is not always about monetary. Understand that it's the perceived value from the perspective of customers. Different customers have got different needs and different wants. Are we clear? So that's our process of marketing. We are saying it's our process of trying to understand the needs of our customers. We anticipate those needs and we try to satisfy them profitably. And you'd find that also the concept of marketing, you'd find that it can be taken as an art. Why an art? Because you need to be skillful. Remember, when you're doing arts, you need to be somebody who is very creative. So you'd find that the discipline of marketing can be taken as an art, because you need actually to be very creative in your strategies, so that at the end of the day, you are appealing to the needs and wants of your customers. Marketing can also be taken as a science, because actually there can be some experiments that can be conducted or that have been conducted in the marketing paradigm. For example, you are observing the customer behavior. Already you are subjecting it to a science. So you'd find that some books they'll be saying it's an art, some they'll be saying it's a science. But we are still boiling down to the perspective that we need to understand our customers so that we are able to deliver what the customer wants or what the customer needs. Because you'd find that for a long time as businesses, we are doing what is called marketing myopia or product myopia. We are looking at things from our perspective. This product is very good. From whose perspective is it good? So we are saying now, we want to run away from that dilemma. So we want to run away from the perspective of marketing myopia or also looking at a product myopia. You are glorifying your products or you are glorifying your marketing activities from your perspective, minus the customer. The product is very good. Who said the product is very good? You are only looking at things from your perspective. So you'd find that some organizations, that's what we do. We are just looking at things from our perspective without involving the customer. So we should be able to involve our customers, so that at the end of the day, we also get what are called customer insights. How do we involve our customers? How do we involve them? Okay? So she's saying we can do surveys so that we understand what customers want. What else can we do so that we understand our customers? Because we are saying all this process of marketing, we are saying we need to identify the needs of our customers. We need to understand the needs and wants of our customers, anticipate them, and be able to satisfy them profitably. So she said she can conduct a survey. Yes? Needs analysis. So all that, what is it called? Because now remember in this chapter we are saying we need to know the relevant terminology. So all those things that you are doing, you give them a questionnaire, you do a survey, you do insight analysis. What are you doing? What is that process called? What is it called? So already you are conducting your market research. You should be able to conduct market research. Or market intelligence. So guys, you must have market intelligence. Know what is happening in the market space. Open your eyes, open your ears, listen. See what is happening in the environment. So we are saying, in short, we should be able to conduct market research. Understand what does the market want. Understand what does the customer need. So that when I'm bringing my product or my service, it's addressing the needs of the customers. So you need to be always constantly also in touch with your environment. Okay, so you'd find that we have got different definitions. I'm not going to read the definitions. You also look at them during your own spare time. So if you look at any definition that we have for marketing, there are three main themes that comes out, or three main important issues that are addressed in whatever definition you may give for the process of marketing. You'd find that these are the main issues. One, we are saying creating value. So we are saying, so at the end of the day, all your marketing activities, they must create value for the customer. So whatever you are doing in your workspace, are you creating value for the customer? And then you should also be able to build strong relationships. Are you building relationships with your customers? Because you'd find that if you have got strong relationships with the customers, what do you end up having? If your yes, you have customer loyalty. And customer loyalty, guys, it's very important. The loyal customers, those are very faithful customers. These are customers that will continuously buy from us. This, yes, very good. So it means somebody, if they are a loyal customer, they are bound to give us referral. And you'd find that in the marketing space, the emerging theme is, what is it? Networking and reference. So you'd find that now if you haven't built those strong relationships, customers they may not refer you to others. And then capturing value from customers. So that's what we are saying. Identify, anticipate, and satisfy the needs of the customers profitably. It means you as a business, you should be able to do cost-benefit analysis. Is this all making sense? Business sense? Because sometimes you just say, we are making profits. Are you really making profits? Is there really business? So you find that that's another emerging issue when it comes to the discipline of marketing, to say there should now be accountability. So for a long time, marketers were not accountable. You just go to your marketing manager or to the director, maybe you are the campaign manager in the organization, you just go and demand a budget. And then you are given the budget. And then, yes, the campaign or the advert is working very well. And then at the end of the day, the advert was very well. It went very well. What went very well? You should be able to be accountable. What budget did you use? And then did you achieve your goals? What value did you capture? And then at the end of the day, you see if it makes business sense. So there should be accountability. So we are saying all our marketing activities should be able to achieve that. Create value, capture value, and then build strong relationships. It's very important, okay? So the issue of science and art, I highlighted that. And then we also spoke about the P's to say all our marketing activities, they are anchored on the P's. So we spoke about the 4 P's, the main ones, those ones, and then the extended P's, which are very important. So don't leave them out saying, we are not in the service industry, they are not important. You'd find that as much as you may be tiger brands here, you still need your people to be skilled. How many customers are you losing because because of the attitude of your employees? Because you are not at the same level. Management and employees are not at the same level. So this is bringing, a skills gap in the organization. You are looking at your processes. Are your processes really helping you to perform? You are looking at your physical evidence. To what extent is it helping you to be a business that is authentic? We don't want a business that appears to be like a fly by night. Okay. Now, this is very important. If you go to your books, it's page what? I want you to just look at this model, the marketing process. This thing is very important. From my book, I'm not sure if we are using the same version. It's page 19. Can we quickly look at that? The marketing process. 19. Your module. Did you download your module? You didn't. Okay, you can always, even if you didn't print it out, you can always see it from there. I'll show you also where to get it, especially for the new ones. Those who are now in second semester, you should know where to get it. I'll only show the new ones because you know. Okay, so the marketing process, guys. So this is the basic process that you need to understand when you are conducting your marketing activities. So for any marketing activities that you are going to do, guys, the basic guideline or the basic process that you follow. So you'd find that this will be like a process with arrows. So the first step now when we're looking at our marketing process, we have that process, understand the marketplace, customer needs, and wants. So someone can say, we are a small business, we don't have a bigger budget. Yes, you can still be able to implement to the scale that is viable to your business. So what exactly do we mean when we are saying understand the marketplace, customer needs, and wants? So we are saying that is the essence of marketing. Yes, do you want to answer to that? Sorry? Oh, it's 3 past. Okay. Do you mind if we go at quarter past? Because I said it can be 10 past or quarter. I thought I said that. Did I? Maybe at the back you didn't really hear me. Okay. Do you mind, guys, if we go at quarter past so that I just finish this one before we go? Quarter past. Are we in agreement? Okay. So we are saying now, thank you. We are saying understand the market space. So understand your market. So when we are talking about the marketplace, guys, don't just look at it as much as we are talking about the physical market. Also take your customers as a market. So the market, you'd find that is like an ambiguous word. It can mean the physical marketplace, and then look at the market also as looking at your customers. So understand your market. Understand the needs and the wants of your customers. Which market are you operating in? So when you are looking at your marketplace now, automatically you are looking at those dynamics like, for example, where? In what location are you doing business? Where is the location of your business? Who are the customers in that market space? So you go down now to understand the characteristics of the environment where you are doing business. So already those issues of analyzing our environment, which we'll look at, it should come to your mind. as I'm trying to understand my market, I should automatically be able to understand the environment where my business is. So automatically I'm looking at my internal environment, I'm looking at the external environment. I should be able to understand how does the external environment affect my business. For example, I'm having a business here in South Africa. You should be able to know what's happening politically from a political perspective. Because those political agendas, they have an influence on your business. What if they pass out some policies that are actually going to maybe promote or maybe actually influence negatively your business? So you should be attentive to what is happening politically. So know the dynamics of the area or the place where you are having your business. Who are your customers? Where are they? What is their buying behavior? What are their needs? What are their wants? So you need to understand all those things about your customers, so that at the end of the day, you are running away from what we said, marketing myopia. Glorifying things from your perspective, or a product myopia. Glorifying your product from your perspective. So at the end of the day, when I'm going to present a product to you guys as customers, I am well informed. I now know this is what you want because I have been in touch with you as my customers. I've been able to conduct some marketing research or marketing intelligence. So I'm well informed about what the market wants. But sometimes it's not feasible for you really to try to satisfy each and every customer's needs. But you should be able to strive to satisfy the needs and the wants of the customers. So when you're looking at step number 1, automatically now you would find that you need to understand what are the needs. You need to understand what are the wants of your customers. What are needs, guys? What are needs? Because you need to be able to differentiate because those concepts are different. What are needs? Things that you cannot live without. For example, what? For example, food, water, shelter. So those are things that you cannot live without. Those are our needs. What about wants? Sorry? So you are giving me an example, but what exactly is it?
Things you can live without.
Thing. Luxuries. So so those are our luxuries. So you should be already, when you are looking at your customers, you should be able to look at them from 2 angles. From these products, from those services that I'm going to offer. So what you are going to present on the market space is called your market offering. So what market offering do you have as a business? So what you are going to have on the market is called your market offering. Or it can be called bundle of benefits. So what's your bundle of benefits? What's your market offering? So when the customer is buying from you guys, what exactly are they buying? They are buying benefits. What benefits does your product have? What benefits does your service have to the customer? So when you are having a product or a service or your market offering, you are taking it to the market space. Understand which category is this product going to fit. Is it a need? Is it a want? So we are saying a need, that is something that customers cannot live without. So those are essential things that customers need. So from a marketing perspective now, when we are talking in the marketing sense, we are saying a need is a state of deprivation of satisfaction. You are deprived of a certain satisfaction. So you know that I'm hungry now. So you mean the moment automatically, no one has taught you, but your mind, even with a baby, that's why the baby cries. Automatically they've got, and it's like a gut feeling. Automatically they know that if I take something in, automatically that state, I'm deprived of food, that state of hunger goes. So we are saying a need is a state of deprivation of satisfaction. You are deprived of a certain satisfaction. Something that the customer cannot live without. Now, for example, someone is thirsty or someone is hungry. If I'm hungry, I'm just going to take the first type of food that comes my way. That means for me now, that's a need. I'm deprived of something. I'm hungry. I want to take away that hunger. I'll just take the first thing that comes. So, any food that comes. But now, what happens when it's a want? When it's a want now, that state of deprivation now of satisfaction, it's modified. So it means now your state of deprivation, it has been modified or it has been influenced by other factors. Yes, I'm hungry. But as I am hungry now, I'm not just going to say any type of food will do. Now I'm going to put my preferences. I'm going to stipulate what I want. I'm hungry, but I think I'm wishing for pizza. What about a sandwich which is there in the house? So it means now you are starting to attach preferences. So we are saying a need is something that we cannot live without. And then when it's a want, that need now has been influenced by other factors. For me now to say I want to have pizza, what has informed me? What are some of the factors that can make me to know that there is pizza? Why am I not going for a sandwich which is readily available? Why am I saying pizza? What has informed me? Yes, I can have that craving, but sometimes I may not know what to have. But what has informed me that there is a pizza? So it means now, so I'm just driving down to say, do you see now the importance of your communications? So what are your marketing activities? Are they out there to help customers to make decisions? So as much as I'm saying I'm hungry, for me now to say I want to have pizza, that pizza is going to be from Dibonese. How do I know that there's Dibonese? They have communicated. So it means now you as a business, do you have visibility? Do you have, what level of awareness is there? What share of voice of you as an organization is there? People, do they know you? Businesses like Coca-Cola, why do they need to continue? Why do they need to continue talking to us, advertising, promotions? Why do they need to do that? We are already aware of them. Why do they need to continue doing that? Because we really want to go to the bottom line of all our marketing activities. When I'm saying awareness, you want people to know you. So people, they already know me as Coca-Cola. Why do I still need to communicate? Why? Because most of you guys, your organizations, we already know them. But why are you still communicating? Why are you not just sitting and waiting for us to come? Yes? So managing expectation. Why else? To stay relevant. Yes, somebody's saying continue to what? You are communicating to remind. So we communicate, guys, for different reasons. You will see when we come to communication. So we communicate for different reasons. Are you creating awareness? Are you reminding customers? So you need to understand, why am I communicating? What is the purpose? Tell me, please, when it's 1:15, what is the purpose of this communication? Oh, it's 1:15. Okay. All right. So when we come back now, so that was just the difference between a need and a want. Are we clear? So a want, you are informed by different factors. For example, what? Communication. For example, now what? Reference. So you are now preferring to have pizza because it has been communicated. You are now preferring to have pizza because somebody has referred you to it. So you would find that there are other factors that comes into play. I now want to have pizza because there's a certain identity or like status quo that I want to maintain in the market space. So some people, they buy some products because there's a certain prestige. There's a certain status quo that they want to maintain. So you need to understand these dynamics. Why are they going to buy, Why are they buying this brand? Why are you going to maybe to these branded shops rather than just going to any other non-branded shops? Why are you doing that? So you find that there is more to consumer buying behavior. There are psychological impact that also influences the customer, which we need to untap to understand as a business. So we've done step number 1. We'll look at the other steps when we come from tea break. So thank you guys for your patience. So let's come back at 15 minutes, half past, we should be back. Or let's just say 20 minutes, so that at least ordering something. So we are saying, design or create a market-driven marketing strategy. So what exactly do we mean? So we are saying step number 1, you have understood your market space. You know what market you are dealing with. You know what customers you are dealing with. You know what they want. You know what they need. So now you need now to be able to create or to design a market-driven marketing strategy. So we are saying you are going to come up now or to design relevant strategies that are going to be able to service your customers or service your market. You see that your market, or from your analysis, your environmental scanning or environmental analysis, you have seen that your customers are so sensitive to price. So the elasticity level is very high, or they are very sensitive to price. So it means now, in creating your marketing-driven strategy, you are going also to try to implement strategies that will address the needs and wants of your customers. They are sensitive to prices, so maybe if it's possible for me as a business, maybe I may look at low-cost leadership pricing strategy, so that at the end of the day, I try to meet the needs and wants of my customers. So we're just saying step number 2, you are now coming up with the relevant strategies that address your needs of your customers. Okay? And then number 3, construct an integrated marketing program that delivers superior value. So when we are looking at the integratedness now, we are looking at your marketing strategies and your community. So it's like your marketing mix and your marketing and your communication mix. They should be working together so that at the end of the day, you create value. So yes, I have identified the relevant strategies that I can use for my identified market or for my identified customers. So there is need now to have an integrated program. So it can be even your marketing mix and your communication mix. Are they working hand in hand together so that you make sure that you give value? So we are just saying all your P's or all your marketing activities should be integrated. So how, for example, what exactly are we saying when we are alluding to the integratedness? For example, you are looking at your product. We are looking, for example, at your price. Maybe as a business, you are charging very high prices. What is the connotation of a high price? To you as a customer, if you see that a product is highly priced, what comes to your mind? Sorry? Quality. What kind of quality are you anticipating to have? High quality. So you don't confuse your customers now. So when we are saying integrated marketing programs, they should be working hand in hand. So automatically I'm saying high price. Automatically I should know that from the customer's perspective or the connotation is high price, high quality. So don't say now high quality, the high price, then the quality is very low. You frustrate the customers. Those are some of the issues that we do that frustrate the customer. So make sure that your P's are working together. But you'd find that sometimes it's possible as a business to have reasonable prices or low prices for high quality products. Under what circumstances can you be able to do that as a business? When are you able to charge low prices for high quality products? When are you able to do that? As businesses, because sometimes we do that. we can have a lower price or a reasonable price, but the product is high quality. Yes. If you have got the monopoly now, actually it's the other way around. You want to charge high because you're almost like the only one there. Sorry? Attraction volume of looking at the number of your customers. So how will it make it possible for you now to, what is the concept behind?
I think by so doing, then you will have the penetration into the market at a higher rate.
So you are looking, so I'm just pushing you to say you are looking at the turnover, high turnover. So you'd find that I can be able to charge a lower price if I've got a larger customer database. So I'm anticipating as much as I'm going to sell this for half the price what others are selling, I'm looking at more customers buying. So at the end of the day, because of more product being bought, I'm not going to really run less because I'm looking at the turnover, the number of sales that I'm going to make. I can also be able to charge a lower price for a higher quality product when I'm actually enjoying bulk purchase discount. Maybe I'm buying in bulk and then I get discounts. So that on its own, I can also transfer that to my customers. Because I'm buying in large quantities, maybe the supplier can actually be able to discount me. So it means now I have bought things of high value at a lower value, at a lower price. So it means now I can also be able to charge a lower, a slightly maybe lower price. Maybe lower than my competitors. Yes. If you are producing maybe like the in-brand house, the in-house brands, you are able also to charge a lower price. Look like, for example, let's look at the Pick and Pay branded products. They have packaged them in their own brand, so they are able also to charge a reasonable price. When you're also enjoying what are called economies of scale, large economies of scale, it means now, because as a business, your production costs now, they are like, what is it? They are like very reasonable. So what is the sense are we looking at when we are looking at economies of scale? We are saying the costs that you are incurring, or the production costs, they are lower because you are producing more of that particular same product. Let's say, for example, let's give a practical example so that you understand what economies of scale means. Let's say, for example, I'm renting this class to facilitate you guys. So let's say, for example, they are charging me 10,000 or let's say 5,000 per day. So if I have got one student, these guys are still charging me 5,000. And then come next semester, maybe I've got 200 students, but the price is still the same. So it means now, as much as I am still paying 5,000, but my operational costs now, they are lower because now there are more people that are subject. As much as they are charging me 5,000, but I've got more students, I'm getting more from you guys. So it means now there is value for me. So it means my operation costs or my production costs, if I was in the production industry, they are lower per unit. So it means now if I want to start calculating how much does it cost me to run this class per student? If I have got one student, I'm looking at the 5,000 rent, the what. So it's so much that I need per student. Now if I'm going to have 100 students, I'm going to divide now this 5,000 divided by 100 students. So how much does it cost me per student? What are my costs per student? You'd find that they are lower. So if your cost per unit production is lower, you are able to charge higher. So what does that mean? It means now if you are from a production industry, the more you produce or the more you have in your business, the lower are your day-to-day operation costs or your production costs, which makes it easier for you to charge fairly lower prices. Are we clear? So that's the integratedness now. We are saying all your marketing activities or your piece, they should be working in harmony. Your communication, your piece, all of them, they should be working in harmony. Your promotion, how are you promoting? How are you communicating the product? Where are you communicating it? Is it actually appealing to the relevant target market? So everything should be working together so that you create value for the customer and also capture value for the business. And then we are saying build profitable relationships. You should be, as a business, to build relationships with your customers. And then that's when we said from having good relationships, we have loyal customers, which are like the bloodstream of organizations. We survive on our loyal customers because those are the guys that we are guaranteed that they give us business on day-to-day basis. And then also capturing value as a business. We mean now to say there should be profitability. So here now, we will be looking at what are called marketing metrics. So you are going to look now at your performance as a business. What performance? So when you are saying capturing value, we are not just talking about monetary value now as a business. So you look now holistically from your, what are called your metrics. So you should be able to analyze your marketing metrics. So what exactly do we mean by your marketing metrics? We are looking at your performance, your marketing performance. So we are looking at the performance of all your marketing activities. So as a business, from that marketing campaign that you have run, from that advert that you have run, you should be able to be accountable as a marketer. So you go now and analyze the various marketing metrics, the performance. So what are some of the performance indicators that shows you that as a business you are performing positively? What are some of the performances? Those are what we call metrics, your marketing performance or a performance of your activities. What are some of those activities? What can show you that as a business you are performing? You have yes? Your income, revenue. Is when you have introduced that new product, does really your books show that there's been increase in revenue? Okay? So you're looking at your income. But of course, when it goes to income, you should be able to now to do cost-benefit analysis. Sometimes, yes, income has come, but does it really offset the input or the money that we use to have that campaign? So you should now be able to analyze holistically and see if there's really been profitability. So we are looking at our income. Yes, what else? So especially return on investment. Your ROI, you should be able to look at your return on investment. What else? What other performance indicators can show you that things have worked? Because we don't want to just have strategies that are not helping us. What else can show you that things have actually changed? Yes? Productivity. If like, for example, if you are from a production industry, you'll be looking at also at your so why are you having high productivity? Why are you being more productive? So now, for you as a business, the indicator that you look at is the demand. Has your marketing campaign, did it create demand? So after we have put out that advert, are there any signs that demand has been created? Are there any signs that there has been awareness? So if you start having also even those issues like inquiries, already it's showing that people have started to know about your product. So they are now making inquiries. So inquiries, we need also to look at nowadays, look at our digital platforms. So especially our social media. So it's a very rich source of our performance indicators. So looking at our social media, for example, even our website, you need to be able to track your website, how it's performing. What traffic are we having? So all those people that are visiting your website, it's traffic. What traffic are we having? Is there an increase in traffic of people that are looking for us? And it's not enough. How much time are they spending when they go to the website? So all those things, they are back-end activities that can be searched. So all those things, they show you if somebody is going to spend 2 minutes on your website compared to someone who's going to spend 30 minutes on your website. Those are two different performances. I cannot spend so much time if I'm not interested on what I'm looking at. Also a question, what is it? Inquiries even on your website. Are you having those? Are you having leads? How many likes are you having on your, maybe even on your Facebook? How many tweets are you having? Are people responding to your tweets? How many people are following your blog? So when we are looking at our performance indicators, we are now in the digital era. Also appraise your performance of your digital platforms. Are we clear? So this is the basic marketing process. You cannot talk about marketing without understanding this basic process. So any marketing activities, they are around this process. So you should be able to understand it and should be able to articulate what happens at each process. So as I was explaining, I was already explaining the nitty-gritties of each process. I will not go into that, but I just want to highlight the concept of demand. What is demand, guys? What is demand? Because when we are trying to understand our customers, we want to understand also to project demand. What is demand? Sorry? Requirement of what? So, okay. So is that need for your product or services from your customers? So guys, you cannot say there is demand when customers want your product or your services and they still want to negotiate price. That's a different thing altogether. They should be able to want to have that willingness to buy your product and willing to buy at the stipulated price. So yes, I'm selling my loaf of bread for 10 rand. People, are they still coming and buying it at 10 rand? Or they are negotiating, please, especially if it's like on the open market. We always do that with those ladies with their fruits on the street. Please, can you sell it for 1 rand? This banana, it's small, it's what? We are negotiating the price. So we are already, diminishing the principle of demand. So when we are looking at demand now, we should be having that willingness of customers to buy your products or services at the stipulated price. So are the people there that are willing to buy at that stipulated price? That's the concept of demand. So we want now to have demand, or all these activities that we do in marketing, we are trying to create demand. We are trying to make people want to do business with us, or we were trying to make people to want to buy from us. Are we clear? Okay, so we explained the needs and wants. Now you know what is the difference. A need, we said you cannot do without, and then a want. Those are things that we desire to have, but they are not really necessary. But why do we want to buy them? We want to buy them for different reasons. Maybe it's a status that we want to maintain. Maybe we've been referenced by other people. Maybe we have seen communication. So needs and wants, they are different. And when you are presenting them on the marketplace, you must know how to do it. And then our market offering, we said that is what we are going to have on the market space. Your product, your service, that's your market offering. Or that's your bundle of benefits. So customers, when they're buying from you, we said they are buying benefits. So we are going to say, I'm selling this water glass. The customer is going to anticipate the benefits. So it's not always to say, they want a lower price. No. You are doing marketing myopia. Understand customer insights. What are the benefits? What do the customers want? And then I present what the customer need or want. So I must be able to understand what are called customer insights. So you'd find that according to Kotler, who is actually the guru of marketing, if you look at most of the books, they're actually written by Kotler and Armstrong. So Kotler says, for a long time, we have managed to make customers happy, satisfied with our brands, but we should go a step further. We must make these customers to be addicted to our brands. For example, let's say you don't have the privilege to pick really what you want in a store. Maybe it's a corner store, maybe in your area. You want to buy a drink. You don't even want to buy Coke. Maybe you want even Fanta or something. Please, can I have Coke? But they give you Coke, you're saying, no, that one. Why? They have managed to really brainwash us or to make us addicted to their brand. So that anything you want to drink, as much as it is not Coke, for you now it's Coke. So, to what extent have we made? So, we need to do it ethically, guys. So, when I'm saying we need now to make our customers addicted to our brands, we still need to wear the ethical cap. So, with marketing, we need to be very ethical. How are you making your customers to be addicted to your brand? You need to do it ethically. So no compromising the brand, no also compromising ethical issues. So make sure that you still respect the human aspect that is involved. So don't manipulate them, just present your offering. And that offering should be able to speak for itself for the customers to want to have it or to want to buy it. So I'm saying, for our market offering to be more attractive, we should be able to, to get customer insights. So I'm asking, what are insights? What are customer insights? Because everything that you do, for you to be able to be more appealing to the customers, you should be able to understand their insights. What are customer insights? Buying behavior. Okay. What exactly are customer insights? Sorry? Their likes and dislikes. Yes? Expectations. Their lifestyles. So all these things that you are telling me, guys, these are the things that will help you to understand customer insights. When we are saying customer insights, we are saying we want to get deeper meanings of what the customer is saying. What are the deeper underlying meanings? What exactly is the customer saying? You are going to give them a questionnaire as a feedback for, maybe as a survey, as a form of feedback for your product. Maybe they've used your product or your brand. Customer in that form now, are you happy or not happy? I'm happy. I'm what? I'm what? Then, people, they are happy. They are happy. What exactly are they happy with? So when we are getting insights now, we are going to get deeper underlying meanings of what the customer is saying. What exactly is the customer saying? When the customer is saying, I am happy, what are they happy with? Is it the price? Is it the quality? Is it the taste? Is it the feeling? So we are saying, let's not just do those research to get surface feedback. So we want to get a deeper meaning of the feedback of what we are getting from the customer. What exactly is the customer saying? So an insight, we are getting the true meaning, the deeper meaning of what is being conveyed by the customer. So as much as we get information, guys, from our research, let's not just look at things from the surface. Otherwise, we miss the true meaning. So you'd find that some of our instruments that we use for research, they will limit us, or they will limit us understanding the true meaning of what the customer is saying. So understanding insights is very important so that we try to project something that gives customers value. Okay? I think I'm not going to play this, otherwise we're a bit behind time, so not to the Starbucks activity. We'll try next week. And then the driven, a marketing strategy. That's what we said. You need to come up with your, the strategies that, the best strategy that will address the needs of your market. So when we are talking about also designing our, market-driven strategy, which we said is coming up with the best strategies that address the needs and wants of your customers. So these are some of the things that you need also to be mindful of, looking at the philosophy of your marketing. So as I am going to design marketing strategies that will fit or that will meet the needs and wants of my customers, I need also to understand from which angle or from which marketing philosophy am I doing my marketing activities? So we have got different marketing philosophies that you can use. For example, a business will be doing the production. So you'd find that from long time ago, businesses have been looking at marketing from a production perspective, especially those in the production industry. What do we mean? So they were believing the demand is there. Produce as much as you can. So you can see that that's the concept that the Chinese market use. If you go in Joburg, all those Chinese shops, they are using the production principle of marketing. So they are believing the demand is there. For you as a business, just produce as much as you can. Demand is there. So that's the production philosophy. You believe demand is there, so you continue producing as much as you can. So you find that that's more applicable to the production industry and also applicable to the business that are doing like mass production. And then the product marketing philosophy. So anyone who is going to do their marketing from a product perspective, it means now this business, they are taking time to understand their product. So when you're doing the product marketing perspective or things from the product marketing perspective, your energies are focused on your product. So these are organizations that you find that they have got exclusive products. Look, for example, at at Apple. They take pride in the quality of their product. So you'd find that normally organizations that are focusing on the product marketing perspective, they need to be very innovative products. So you're taking pride in your quality of your product, innovativeness, and you believe that product will be able to sell itself. Okay? And then those guys would find that sometimes normally they are caught up in the marketing myopia perspective because they don't really want to involve people. They are just believing this technology, this innovation will really excite people. And normally it really does excite people. Look for, and the products will be on the higher end. Okay? And then the selling. So the selling marketing perspective, that kind of organization now, they are believing in selling. So let's sell as much as we can. So they're just like the production. To say let's produce as much as we can, demand is there. Those ones are saying demand is there, let's sell as much as we can. So the selling marketing perspective or marketing philosophy, it means now all your marketing energies, they are in selling. So they are driving sales as much as they are. But for you to be able to drive sales, you need also to invest in your people. The sales force, so that they've got product knowledge. And then the marketing perspective. So the marketing so you'd find that these ones now, they are the ones that when the marketing principle was starting, that's how people were operating. But we are getting better now. We are saying, let's not just produce for the sake of producing. Let's also try now to understand the needs of the customer. So we are now looking at the marketing perspective. So when you are looking at if your philosophy is marketing, it means now you are taking the underlying gist meanings of marketing, which we said you are interested in understanding what do the customers want, so that you are able to deliver them profitably, so that you are able to satisfy their needs. You are also involving the customers. You are taking time to understand your customers so that you are able to deliver what they need profitably. And then the societal marketing perspective. That organization, they are conscious of their community or their society. So you'd find that that organization now, it's all their activities or in doing business, they are also interested in corporate social investment or corporate social responsibility. So it means now you are looking at all your activities to say, whatever we do as a business, where is the society in the whole picture? So it means now you are looking even at sustainability of your business. You are looking even at your global footprint. To what extent are we polluting the environment? When you are looking at global footprint, we are looking at the amount of pollution that you are contributing to the environment. So they are also mindful of their business or marketing activities so that at the end of the day, they also promote, promote well-being of the society. So you'd find that they're interested in giving back to the society. They're also interested in doing business in such a way that they don't damage the society. And then the relationship marketing perspective. So this is an organization that is saying as much as we are doing our marketing activities, we should also channel our energies in creating relationships. So remember, we spoke about relationships to say it helps us to have loyal customers. Okay. And then the integrated, we spoke about it. Let me see if there's anything important. So that's what we said now. You need to understand what is it? Those are some of the questions you need to ask yourself to say, what do you want to actually deliver? And then to whom? So if I really know what I want to deliver, to whom, in what way, I'll be able now to deliver it profitably. So that's what we spoke about, that integratedness. Everything should be working in harmony so that at the end of the day, you deliver to the customer profitably. And then relationships, I don't think there is anything that we need to talk about. Let me just highlight the levels of, the levels of satisfaction. So it's a triangle. It should be a triangle. So broader at the bottom. So we are saying now, according to Kotler and them, they are saying, initially all organizations, we have been focusing on making the customers satisfied. That's okay. And then let's push further. Let's improve as a business and try to make our customers happy. So is everyone doing that? And then let's also differentiate ourselves, what we say, augmentation. So our products and our services should be augmented. So what do we mean by augment? To add value. So there should be augmentation. So when you're talking about augmentation from a marketing perspective, it means to add value. So what are you doing as a business to augment your product? For example, looking at the, looking at maybe from the automobile industry. What are they doing now? Apart from just making you have a car, they also ensure that you have got insurance. That is augmentation. They have added value to you buying a car. So you find that they are working with another partner to make sure that you have got your car insurance. That will give you peace of mind. Otherwise, you'll be panicking. Hey, it's a new car. What if I'm in an accident? But because of now working in partnership with the car insurers, now you can have some peace of mind to say if the worst comes to the worst, something can be done. So when you're looking at augmentation, we are adding value. So yes, this is the product that we are offering, but what are you doing to make sure that it's augmented or there's additional value? Sometimes you don't need actually to, to redo your product, but your service should help, your service delivery should help to augment your product. How are you giving the service to the customers? Are you that kind of bank that when customers come 40 minutes, they're still waiting in your bank? Customers, they don't have that time. Customer needs to have what is called experience marketing. As you are doing business, you need to have good experience. So you'd find that also Kotler speaks about experience marketing or experiential marketing. So experience. So as we are doing business, let's ensure that there is experience. We are giving experiential marketing. We are saying we are making the customers to have good experience when they are using our services or our products or when they are doing business with us. Just think of your organization. What are some of the strategies that you have that allude to experiential marketing? What are the things that you have in your business that helps to give customers a good experience as they're doing business with you? Okay, so we need to think about that. Like, for example, the banking space. Long time ago, you'd wait, you're in the queue, you change position, you what? You are tired. But what are they doing now? You are sitting, you are what? You are watching what? You are drinking water. You even forget that you still need to do something in the bank. So they are enhancing your experience. So those are the things that we should do. So we are saying, yes, it's good to make them happy, but let's also improve or add more to what we are doing so that we make them thrilled. Then, apart from thrilled, we want them to be wowed. So at the top of the triangle is the wow moment. So what is really differentiating you from business B? You as business A, what's differentiating you? So you find that, guys, we are doing the same thing. So you are making it difficult for customers to choose between brands. Your brand should be automatically standing out in such a way that it makes life easier for the customer when it comes to decision making. So that's what we are saying. Let's strive for the wow moment. And you'd find that, like I said, it's a triangle, so it will be like a pyramid. So you'd find that a few manage to get to the wow moment, meaning a lot of our customers, they are still at the satisfied level. And we are saying, as a business, if you want to compete in this competitive environment, you need to be able to differentiate yourself. What are the activities that you are doing that is differentiating you as a business? Is it the way you deliver your service? Is it the nature of your product? Is it your environment? What is the differentiating factor? Because you'd find that all those things, like for example, the retail industry, all those things like looking at your planograms, those, the layout of your store, it matters. That layout on its own, it has got a psychological impact in the mindset of the customer. The color, you can just say, it's cream, it's okay. It's communicating something to the customer. So remember, you are dealing with the psychological impact of the customer, which you want now to reach to, so that they will make a certain decision. Are we clear? So what are we doing to help our customers to make the desired decisions? Okay? I'm sorry, today I will not play videos. I'll try next week so that we catch up. Okay, so that one, I think that's fine. Let's just look also at some building blocks when we are looking at building strong relationships. These are some of the things that can help us to build our customer database or our customer database. We are looking at the customer base. What kind of customer base do you have? How many customers do you have? And then, having the customers in your database is one thing. What do you do about them? What do you do about those customers? So you would find that most organizations, we have what are called data warehouses or big data. So we are just having now data warehouse. Or big data. What do you understand by that? Or what do you think that is? I'm saying most of organizations, we are just having data warehouses or we are just having big data in the organization. What is that? Yes. Oh, yeah, stretching. But there's no harm in trial. Remember we said...
Big data, I think, can be classified as all the information that you have collected of your previous customers.
Very good. So that's all good. So that's all the data or that's all the information that you have in your organization about your customers. So it can maybe even about your product. So it's all the information, it's all the data that you have in your organization. So a warehouse, we know what it is. It's like a storage house. So it's like we are just storing this data. So you can call it the data warehouse or the big data. We are just having, guys, vast information in the organization, vast data. But that is not meaningful. So you'd find that some of you guys, you have got those loyalty card, reward cards, whatever. Very good. What then do you do about the information that you are collecting? By swiping, you understand the customer is buying so and so. Patience buys what and what when she comes to our store. Then what? So that is just going to your data warehouse, or that is just going to your what is it? That is just going to be part and parcel of your big data. That's not important to you. If you don't do something to that data, you need now to go to a process called data mining. What do you think data mining is? What is mining? What do you understand by the process of mining? Producing, getting deeper, extracting. Very good. I like the word extracting. So now you need to be able to extract meaning from your big data. So your data is not useful. Your big data or your data house is just a waste of, information or waste of resources having it if you are not going to go in the process of data mining. You should be able to interpret. So data mining, that's the process of data interpretation. So after you have collected the data, what do you do about it? You should be able to interpret what is the meaning. So from there, that's when we understand the trends. And then you are able to now be able to interject and give the customers what they want. Because now we have understood to say, according to this information, this is what it's saying. It is telling me that customers, they no longer want product A, they want now product B. So at the end of the day, you now start to produce what they want. Look at, like for example, I once gave an example of Coca-Cola. Look at what they are doing now. They were having those 500 mils of Coke. What has happened now? It has reduced. Why do they come up with the 441? Why are they doing that? Sorry? So it's a government policy in what way? So already it means, that's what I said, as a business, you should always be doing marketing intelligence, or you will see when we look at environmental scanning, you should be constantly surveying your market. Politically, what is happening? So it means now, those guys, they are responding to a policy that was passed on. But they still understand, because as much as we have the sugar tax, it has got a repercussion on our production call, on our production issues. So it means now, ideally, if they had maintained the 500 mils, it was supposed to be higher than that price that they were having. But now, they are also looking at social factors. Socially, what's happening? Economically, what's happening? People, they are financially constrained. We cannot possibly raise. So what have they done? They reduced the quantity so that they try to still maintain the existing price. So that's how you should be analyzing your business. And that's how you work hand in hand with your environment. Are we clear? Okay? And then you've got your customer service. So these are the building blocks of us having good relationships. Yes, let's have our database, but we said it's not enough to have your database. Do data mining. Understand the true meaning, so that you get what we called insights. What are the deeper underlying meaning of the data that I have? Are we clear? And then understand your customer service. If you want to have good customer service, you need also good relationships with your customers. You need to have good customer service. How are you serving your customers? How do you respond? Are you having those type of employees that are very sulky when they are helping customers? Because in the blink of an eye, your customers can be snatched by competitors. Because you will see when we look at how competitors react, we have competitors that are called tiger. A tiger, what you do, I do. They quickly react. You reduce price, they reduce price. Look like what's happening in the stores. Like normally, you'd find that Truworths is a leader. The moment they say 25%, Fortune goes identity. All those shops around each other. They say extra 25, everyone extra 25. So it means now there will be their name now from the marketing perspective. They are tiger. Whatever you do, I also do that. They are ready to pounce on you. They are ready to react. So you need to understand the service or understand your competitor so that you are able to deliver good customer service. And then we spoke about customer satisfaction, but we are saying everyone else is satisfying the customer. That is just meeting the customer's needs. Because when we are looking at customer satisfaction, we are looking at meeting the customer's need, expectation. Everyone else is meeting the customer's expectation. The differentiating factor now is for you to go an extra mile. What are the augmentative factors that you have that makes you to surpass your competitors? And then the customer loyalty programs, what other customer loyalty programs do you have in place to help your customers to understand? Okay, the capturing value, I think we spoke about it. Okay, let's also just look at the customer relationship groups. So when we are saying we want to have good relationships with our customers, because we remember from our customer basic marketing process, we are also saying you need to build strong relationships with your customers. So this is another, what is it? A customer relationship. It's a template, or it's a grid for showing the types of relationships that you have with your customers. So it's important for you as a business to understand the type of relationship you have with different customers so that you know how to deal with them. So we are looking at profitability. So here it's profits, potential of profits, very high, or we are looking at very low. And then we are looking at the level of loyalty. So it's profitability of that customer versus the loyalty. So we are looking at the long term. So it means these ones are prepared to have long-term relationships. And then right there, it's short-term relationship. They are like hit and run. So even you as a business, are you dwelling on transactional relationship? Just a hit and run. As you buy, go. That's fine. How many times are we losing customers because we are doing transactional business? I just want your money, then you go. That's it. But we are losing customers. Okay. So we have what are called true friends. So when you are describing these levels of relationships, you need to be relating them to the parameters that we have, looking at their profitability and their level of commitment. So true friends, what are the characteristics of true friends? These ones, looking at profitability and the relationship, level of relationship. They are very loyal. So these are already loyal customers. And then level of profitability, there is a high potential of profitability. So it means now as a business, if I know that you are a true friend, you are very loyal and then very highly profitable. Automatically, I should start thinking of schemes or strategies of maintaining you as a customer. Because yes, all businesses, we are managing to acquire customers. But why are they now leaving us? We are not having customer retention, of which it's very important to have retention. So for each of these groups, you should have strategies of retaining them. So these ones, you must keep them happy. You must maintain them. You must come up with the strategies of trying to make sure that they are happy, depending with the nature of your business. That's where you find that for some business which are huge and corporate, you'd find that maybe they take their very top loyal customers, maybe for golf or for what, or they invite them for some event. Why are they doing that? You still want to maintain them and show them that you appreciate them so that these ones will refer others. Because in marketing, we have what is called brand endorsement. I need to buy something because it has been, used, or somebody whom I trust, he has actually spoken about it. So that's how it works. So I can trust him telling me because I know him. I have used this brand, it's very good. What I can easily trust than what you advertise. We always speculate. I think they are lying. How can that be true? I don't trust. But if it comes from somebody that I know, it helps. So think of how to maintain them. And then we have what are called butterfly. What are the characteristics of butterfly? Butterflies, let's have their parameters. What are the characteristics of butterflies? Let's speak in terms of profitability and loyalty. Yes? What are we saying? So let's start with the profitability. What is the level of profitability? High. There is high potential of profitability. But commitment? Very low. Short term. So these ones, potential to be profitable is very high. Maybe they just come by and go, but commitment, it's very low. So you as a business, automatically you should be thinking, if this person has got a potential, if they are profitable or they've got a potential to continue being profitable, maybe they come and buy in bulk or whatever. If there is potential, when it's a butterfly, it means, well, you know what butterfly does? What do? They go to this flower, you can never make them happy. Then they go away. So you must try to convert them into true friends. You need to come up with the schemes, with the strategies of trying to convert them or trying to keep them. Because they are showing you that they've got a possibility of being what? Yes, they are really profitable. There's a potential of them being profitable. But for that profitability to be continuous, for that relationship to be continuous, come up with the schemes of trying to convert them into friends or maintaining them so that they don't keep on flying from one flower to the other. Okay? Let's go to barnacles. What can we say about these barnacles? Yes? A long-term relationship, yes? But they are not very profitable. Those are some of the customers, they just come and buy one item, but they are loyal. When they think of buying that pair of jeans, they come to your store. So it shows these are loyal. Yes, they may not be really buying things in bulky or highly profitable, but there is need for you to maintain them. Because if they are continuously buying as much as it is not much, or they are not very profitable, but if you maintain them, maybe in the long run they may be very profitable. In the long run they are profitable. Yes, because they are now looking at the consistency. They are buying. If you look now at the turnover of what they are buying, it's actually contributing to something. And if resources allows, because some of them, they are not much profitable because maybe affordability, with the time they can be even profitable. Then strangers. What can we say about strangers? Sorry? Low, yes, they are not very profitable. They are low profitability and what? Short term. These are like also as much as businesses, we are normally on the hit and run. These are also like hit and run customers. They don't want commitment, they are not profitable. But still, so we are saying understand all these different groups so that you know how to deal with them and how to manage them effectively. Are we clear? So let's just also highlight some of the issues that is happening in the 21st century. Things are changing, guys, and we are operating in what is called a VUCA world. So the environment that we are operating in, guys, or every business is operating in, it's called a VUCA world. It's very, very, what does VUCA stand for? V for what? It's very volatile. Yes? It's uncertain. C, it's chaotic. It's chaotic or complex. And then A, it's ambiguous. So that is the environment that you are operating in as a business. So as you do your business, know that you are in a vicious world. It's a VUCA world. It's survival of the fittest. So it's very volatile. Anything can happen anytime. So you're taking the concept of the volcanic eruption. You cannot say, you Mauga, don't erupt now. Anytime if the pressure is high enough, it can erupt. So anything can happen anytime. So it means now as a business, you need to be always on your toes. It's very uncertain. Anything can happen. You can never say, this strategy is working. Tomorrow it will be working. It may wake up not working. You should be agile as a business. Okay? It's very chaotic or it's very complex. So things are happening in this environment. And you cannot just solve it with one solution. You need to be having a bag of solutions and having the best for that particular moment. Okay? And then it's ambiguous. You cannot just describe it, the environment, the competition, it's always constantly changing and you cannot clearly define it. So that's the environment that we are operating it in. We need to be aware of it and know how best to operate in this environment. So it means now as a business, you need to constantly be reviewing and re-reviewing your strategies to check on relevancy. We need to be aligned. We are now talking about the fourth industrial revolution. What is the repercussion on your business? What plans do you have in place to address that era? How prepared are you? So we need also to be conscious of that. So these are some of the major developments that we have in the 21st century or in the era that we are in now. It's a VUCA world. It's survival of the fittest. We are also saying things are constantly changing economically. How many really countries have got their economies which are stable? A lot, especially from the African continent. A lot of those African countries, they are suffering economically. So economically, things are very tough. So you need also how to understand how to operate in an economically constrained environment. Rapid globalization. You can no longer afford to say, my business is just in South Africa. You are just in South Africa, but as long as you have got a website, somebody from another country may be willing to do business or to buy from you. So it's like we are operating in one blanket market. So as much as you are operating at a national level, you should be able to understand the dynamics of the global environment. What is the impact of the global or the world market? Because due to technology, due to information, people now they are so knowledgeable. They can go to America there, they come back, now they are demanding a product which they saw there. Why? Because they've traveled there, they are informed, they now really want that particular product. So you should be able to compete at a global level. Okay, and then we are looking for there is also need for us to be ethical. So for a long time, we have been operating unethically. We don't care about the human rights. We don't care about what legislations to talk about. I'm happy some of you are in the legislation era. You deal with laws and you know the repercussions and the need for you to be compliant. So we need also to be governed by those acts like the POPI Act, Personal Information Protection Act. To what extent are we protecting the personal information? Why are we getting all those funny calls from different people selling different products? Where are they getting our information? Did you give consent? So there are a lot of issues that you need to be mindful of. And also in doing our business, let's be ethical, especially from a marketing perspective. Let's be ethical. That advert that you are projecting, is it ethically accepted? So you'd find that some organizations, they are really trying to allude to that. We are really an ethical organization. I think you have heard from SABC saying, according to the code of conduct, what? They're endorsing that. This is the guideline. We are an ethical organization. Are we clear? So that's, and that on its own also speaks to your brand as an organization. And then also need for corporate social responsibility. So you'd find that some authors are now calling it corporate social investment. So CSR, corporate social responsibility, or some authors would find they are writing it as corporate social investment. So that's the principle of giving back to the community. What activities do you have as a business that are helping you to give back to the community? And when you are giving back to the community, why are you doing that? Don't you have a hidden agenda? So that people will start to know about us. So that people have got brand awareness. Because you know that once you give back to the community, there are always, media is always around to, to speak, to, or maybe to address, to cover, have a coverage of what we are giving. So are you now not manipulating the system? Are you really giving for the sake of giving? Or there's a hidden agenda? So those issues goes back to your ethicality. How ethical are you as a business? Are you doing things for your own advantage? Okay, all right, good. So that's the end of section 1. Let's quickly now look at section number 2, which is not long. Okay, so section 2, we are going to look at what is called environmental scanning, or we are going to analyze the environment. Okay, so that's marketing. So like I indicated, so all the 3 environments, they are called marketing environment or business environment. But one of those 3 is called market. So it's clear to differentiate them. So the 3, they are marketing or business. It's one and the same thing. Or the business. Okay, so these ones, what exactly are we talking about, or what exactly are we looking at when we are looking at marketing environment? We are going to look at a process called environmental scanning. Environmental scanning, or that what we said, the marketing intelligence. So what exactly do we mean when we are saying environmental scanning? We are saying you constantly need. It's a process of constantly monitoring your environment. Why do you need to constantly monitor your environment? Why do you need to do that? Because remember, we said the environment is ever changing. Also, in addition to those 21st issues that are happening, it's also the internet and the ever-changing environment. So the environment is ever-changing, so I need to constantly monitor it so that I understand the current trends. Good. Why else do you need to monitor the environment? Why do you need to constantly want to understand what's happening? Okay. So 2 points, someone is saying, so that so you need to have alignment. So the moment you are saying, maybe some policies, some legislations have changed, so it's issues of alignment. Because you don't want to be found on the wrong side of the law, that has got repercussions on your brand. So you want to have an alignment with the environment. So all your activities as a business, you need to make sure that they are aligned to the prevailing environment. Okay? And then the point there, what was the point, sorry? For competitive advantage. What do we mean by competitive advantage? Because all these things that we are doing in marketing, it's for us to gain what is called a competitive advantage or a competitive edge. What do you understand by competitive?
Something unique that you can offer.
Why are you offering something unique? Because that something unique should give you a competitive advantage. So I want to understand what is competitive advantage. So when I'm offering something unique, I'm offering something unique so that I gain competitive advantage or competitive edge. So I'm saying, so what is competitive advantage?
Like being one step ahead of your
So when you have got a competitive advantage, you have got an upper hand over your competitors. What makes you to be better? So competitive advantage is all about you being better, you being a step ahead, you having an upper hand than your competitors. Why do I want to have an upper hand? So that, remember, we are saying these customers, they're going to make decisions when it comes to buying. So it's going to help them to make a decision. So this will help in differentiating the brand. So when they're going to think about coming to your business or going to your competitor, what is the differentiating factor? So you should be having something, you should be offering something unique that helps them to make that decision. So competitive advantage, we are saying having an upper hand. So what gives us an upper hand? Like what somebody said, to say you should be able to offer something unique. So when you are looking at our marketing environment or a business environment, we are going to focus on zero on three environments. So there are three business environments that affect any business. So these ones, so we are looking at our our marketing environments. So we are looking at three. So we are going to look at what is called the micro, then the macro, then the market. Okay, so these are the three environments that affect a business. And you need to understand the dynamisms of this environment so that you know how to react. So we are saying, when we are saying marketing marketing intelligence or environmental scanning, we are saying constantly monitoring your environment. You are listening, you are watching. Watch the space. Listen to what is happening so that you are equipped. You know how to react to the environment. So we want to look at each and every one of these environment. That is what this chapter is all about. So let's start with the micro environment. So you need to know, where is this environment? This environment is internal. It exists internally. You find it within the organization. And then you'd find, as an organization, you have some control over it. So you don't have 100%. I'll elaborate why. So you'd find that some books, yes, they can just say you have control over it, but I always feel it's safer to say you've got some control to a certain limit. Because I'll elaborate why you have some control. Okay, and then you need also to understand the tool that is used for measuring. When now, because I'm saying environmental scanning, I'm constantly monitoring my environment so that I understand what is happening in the environment. So how do I monitor? How do I assess my internal environment? I now use what is called a SWOT analysis. So you use what is called SWOT. The SWOT model or a SWOT analysis. Okay. So now we want to look at what is called a SWOT analysis. So SWOT analysis is a tool or a model for assessing, for monitoring the micro environment, or monitoring that environment that we said it's within the organization. Are we together so far? Okay. So the SWOT, what does SWOT stand for? So you'd find that it's easier to draw a quadrant. So when you are talking about this, so it will be your, or let me draw it bigger so that those at the back, they can see. So we are looking at our micro. So we are saying, let's have our SWOT. So that's how you populate it. SWOT. So we are saying S stands for your strengths. W, your weaknesses. Who is this person we are saying your strengths, your what? Who are you? Whom are we talking about? Who is you? Business. This is business. This is not a person. We are speaking to a business. You are already in the shoes of a business. Are we clear? And then O stands for what? Opportunities. And T stands for what? Yes. So you'd find now how this model is designed. These two, they are entirely within the organization. So we are assessing our internal business. Here, these are entirely within the organization. But when we are looking at the opportunities and the threats, we are still analyzing our internal environment, but with the lenses of the external. We are looking at ourselves as a business internally, but with the reflection of what is happening outside. So we are still analyzing the internal environment, but opportunity and the threats, these two, they come from the external. These two are informed by the external environment. So please, I don't want someone saying, when I'm looking at the micro, I'm looking at the internal and the external. You are looking at the internal. This part, you are looking at the internal also in reflection or in relation to what is happening outside. But the bottom line is you are looking at things from your organization. But your opportunity and your threats, you are informed by the external environment. Are we clear? All right, let's look at some strengths. Let's look at examples of strengths. What are some of the general things that you can take as your strengths as a business? What are some of the things that may be important to you that can add up or that can give you, that can be deemed as your strengths? What are some of the things general? So if you have got good customer service, it leads to what? So the term now, more customers. So now we are learned, we are looking at our customer database. So your database, your customer database, large customer database. But you need to look at it now from a holistic perspective. Someone can have so many customers. Now remember, we know the level of loyalty and profitability. There can be so many but not profitable. But having many customers, it's an indicator that the business is huge. But also when you look at the nitty-gritties, you should look at their profitability and everything. Okay, and then what else? So staff, what are you interested in when it comes to staff? Skills. So skilled manpower. So skilled manpower, your brand, strength of your brand, the strength of your brand or a strong brand, your brand image, your maybe we're looking at also your innovation, your level of innovation. That can be a strength. So you'd find that those are some of the things that you can actually put under your strength. Like, for example, the strength of your brand, the employees, are they skilled? Do you have, so you can be guided at what are called the 5 M's of marketing, which are the 5 basic resources in marketing. What does those 5 M's represent? 5 M's of marketing. So money, material, machinery, what else? Manpower, market. Then you'd find that, like what he's saying, some business now, while they're looking at methods, then the 6th one, other books, they are officially putting also minutes, like for time. So you find that the 5 basic ones, it's money, material, machinery, manpower, markets. Do you have the money? Do you have the capital? So if as a business you've got capital, you can put it there. Capital, availability of capital. That becomes your strength. Material. Are the material readily available? Those things that you need to use. Availability of raw materials, that becomes a strength. Machinery, this one we are looking at your equipment. Do you have the, the modern equipment? Availability of innovative material, machinery or equipment. Some organizations, they are not technically, advanced because they don't have the right machinery. They don't have also even the monetary value to invest in that. So their innovation is really constrained. And then you also look at the manpower. Do you have the skilled manpower? Then you look at the market. Do you have the market? That now it speaks to the demand. Is the demand there? You can have a wonderful product, but the market is not there. The demand is there, not there. That affects you as a business. Then minutes, do you have the time to do whatever you want to do? So I'd find that this can be a base for guiding you, looking at the 5 M's. Then you can see if that business has got money, availability of capital, it's a strength. If they don't have, now it becomes a weakness. Skilled manpower, if they've got skilled, it's a strength. If they're unskilled, it's a challenge. So you can, that's just a basic way of guiding you. But like I said, there are so many other things that you can put, like the strength of your brand that can also help you, customer level of the customer database, those things can help you. So these, they are directly from the organization. And then, that's not enough when you are analyzing this too. As a business now, under normal circumstances, you should be interested in the conversion. So you should be trying to convert. So you should be interested in the conversion of your weaknesses into strength. So some things because now these are things that you are doing, it's a weakness for you as a business. Remember your weaknesses, you should be able to work around them. Have you been to interviews where they ask you, what are your weaknesses? Have you been to interviews like that? What are you doing there? Don't you have jobs? I want to tell your managers. So what are they saying? In short, they want you to critically look at yourself, to say, this is the challenge that I have. But what they want afterwards is to say, but this is what I'm doing to try to overcome this. So even as a business, you should be able to critically look at yourself and say, yes, we don't have capital, but try to convert. What are we doing to try to have capital? We don't have skilled manpower. So what are we doing to try to have skilled manpower? We are now trying to implement maybe trainings. Are we clear? And then we have now opportunities and threats. These ones, like I said, they are coming from your external environment. So these will make sense to you after we look at the PESTLE analysis, the macro environment. Then I'll tell you how to populate this part. Okay, so the macro. So this is the macro. Some books, they will call it the wider environment. It is measured by what is called the PESTLE analysis. So some books, they've got also their different names, PESTLE, STIP, then they'll be leaving the L. It depends with which book you are using, but at least when we are covering all, is the PESTLE. What are we talking about when we are looking at the PESTLE? We are looking at the political, economical, sociological, technological, environmental, mental, and then the legal or the legislation. So that's our macro environment or our wider environment. Where is this environment? It's external to the business. And you have no control. No control whatsoever. These are the things that are happening in the external environment and you don't have control over them. So how do you analyze it? Looking at the political. Like I indicated, you are guided by the country where the business is. You are doing business here in South Africa. So your PESTLE analysis, you analyze the PESTLE factors in South Africa. Then we also have another company, maybe for your organization. You have another company, maybe in, maybe in Uganda. You need to understand now the PESTLE in Uganda. Because you cannot go and take the political issues in South Africa and paste them in Uganda. These are two different environments. So with PESTLE, you analyze it according to the situation, to the location of your business. That is at country level. So let's look at things from South Africa's perspective. So when you are saying political, it means now you are going to assess what are some of the political issues that are happening. You are also looking at policies. What are some of the things that is happening in South Africa policy-wise, or maybe politically? What are some of the things that are happening that can affect your business? So you just list them. Yes, what's happening? Like for example, you were talking about the sugar tax. It's a policy issue. So automatically, the sugar tax, as much as I'm going to list this also under economically, I can put it here because it's a policy. If it was stipulated as a policy. And then it will be depending with which businesses are affected. So you need to look at the things that will be affecting you. Okay, what else is happening? What policies have been passed on or... Sorry? The what? What about them? What is it? The basic working condition policy or that act. So you'd find that it will go to the legislations, but it's also a policy issue. So there are certain basic working conditions that you need to portray, to project. If you don't, as a business, you'd find that compliance issues comes into play. You'd find that we're also having the minimum wage policy, especially from the mining industry or from some certain industries, and the government is really pushing for that. It means now if you are in that sector, you are now going, you should be concerned. Because if you are paying somebody 1,000, now they are saying pay them 5,000, more money out of you. So you are looking at policies or political things. Even looking at even political stability or instability. Looking at the country where the business is there political stability or instability? Maybe sometimes there will be change of government. Is there a change of government? Has the cabinet been established? So like for example now in South Africa things are stabilizing, but when we're still projecting for elections, it's unknown. You'd find that like for example, foreign domestic investment was an issue, FDIs. They are speculating now. So if you are thinking of somebody coming to invest here, they are speculating now to say, political-wise, what's going to be the status? What's going to happen? Because all those things, they affect how business is going to run. Looking at the land reform issue. It's an issue that is affecting some people. So you now, if you are dealing with those farmers, automatically if you are in the production, you are affected now, or you are now afraid. What if some of those farmers, the farms are taken? Is the production still going to be the same? How is it going to affect my business? So you look at things at a high level. And you look at things realistically to say, these are the political issues happening. How now do they affect me? So you'll be just listing the points. For example, political instability or political stability. Maybe whatever policy have been passed, then you should be able to later on, if asked, to explain to say how does it affect your business. But otherwise, you are putting your points and then maybe explaining it. But populate the points. Political instability, what policy, what, then you should be able to explain to say how are they affecting the business. Looking at economical. So economical factors, you are also looking at issues like economical stability. Is there stability or instability? You are also looking even like, for example, here in South Africa, from April, tax increase. So that itself has got a repercussion on you as a business. It means now, there's more that I need to pay to SARS. That is going to affect even my profitability as a business. So all those things of tax increase, it has got a repercussion on you. As much as there is tax increase, who else is going to feel the tax? The buyer, the consumer. So it means if the consumer is affected, what they're going to buy from me is going to be affected. Yes, I'm a corporate business, but those tenders that I want, they're going also to be affected by affordability. So you look at things from a bigger picture. So the general issues like looking at maybe a tax increase, stability, economic stability or instability, and what is it? Looking, for example, also even what is it? The exchange rate, inflation rate. What is the inflation rate like in South Africa? Is there an increase or a decrease in inflation? What's happening as far as inflation is concerned? Because that on its own has a repercussion on your business. Are we clear? And then you go to the sociological. Sociological now, you are looking at the society. So you are looking at affordability. What are the social factors that can affect me as a business? So you are interested in issues like, perception. Consumer perception or customer perception. What are their perceptions? What are the changing perceptions of the customers? So you are interested in understanding the changing perceptions of the customer, the changing opinions. What are the changes in the needs and wants of the customers? So we call them perceptions. So changing perceptions. You are looking at disposable income. Remember, we spoke about the increase in tax. The increase in tax automatically at social level is going to affect them also when we are looking at the disposable income. So here economically, you can also talk about the tax increase. Here you can also put it as a policy. So we are looking at the disposable. So the disposable income. What exactly do we mean by disposable income? It means now your customers or your potential customers, after they have paid the mandatory bills, what is left? I've got a mortgage, I've got a car insurance. After I have paid, it's a must. I need to pay for my house, I need to pay for my car. Otherwise, it will be reprocessed by the bank. So after they have paid those must bills, what is remaining? Because that is what you are working with as a business. So that is called disposable income. So that is the money that the customer has after they have paid their mandatory or their crucial bills. So after they've paid for all those important bills, that percentage which is left, that is what they are going to spend on your business. So now there's a tax increase. It means now their disposable income has shrinked. Economically, things are bad. It means now there are things, and there's increase in fuel, in commodities. It means now their disposable income is shrinked. So you as a business now, when you are looking at your product and product portfolio, you need to be rewired and say, so what is the customers likely to focus on? So these needs and wants, are they going to have that luxury to be focusing on wants? Or they'll be channeling their resources on needs? So yes, once we still need them, because there are still those people, that group which can afford. You still need to cater for it. But as you look at catering for the mass, you need to be rewired and re-strategize as far as your product offering is concerned, so that it also meets the means of your customers. Okay? And then you look also at, the status quo of the customer. What status does the customer want to maintain? Some, they've got a certain status, social life, that they want to maintain. So you need also to work with that. What social classes are you dealing with? So you need to understand that so that you are able to deliver. Okay. And then technological factors. So you are looking at technology, how it's influencing your business. So you can look at online buying. You can look at innovation due to technology. So how is technology helping you? So is it helping you to be innovative? Can you afford it? Do you also have online? Do you have a website? What do you have from a technological perspective? So you'd find that technologically, others may not have expertise to man the technology that they want to implement. So that can be a hindrance. So you need to look at all those things. Some, they can want also to be technologically at par with technology, but now they are affected because they don't have the money. So it's an issue. So online buying and changing trends, customer perceptions, it can also affect. And then environmental factors. So when we are looking at environmental factors, guys, we need to focus on our global footprint. So what are we talking about when you're talking about the global footprint? How much pollution are you putting in the environment? So you'd find that, remember, we are having challenges of, global warming. And all these things, they started by being careless in how we are relating to the environment. So it means now, so that's the level where we are at global level, to say each company, each individual should monitor their global footprint. Monitor the level of pollution that you put in the environment. That's why you find in the organizations, other organizations, they are saying we are going green. Like if you go to Discovery, it's like you're outside yet you're in the office. The plants there, they are what? Like if you look at their upstairs, up there, it's like you are on the ground yet you are on a building. So all those things, organizations are having an initiative to try to monitor their global footprint. So as much as we have so many plants, as we take out carbon dioxide, the plants use it for photosynthesis, and we take those, so there's that exchange for our processes of for our processes as we burn up the food inside, we take out the carbon dioxide, the plants use it, we take the oxygen, so that the carbon monoxide or carbon dioxide does not populate in the environment. Because those are the things that are polluting the environment. Carbon dioxide, carbon monoxide. So we need to be mindful of what we do. That's why you find the organization saying, let's recycle. They're having those recycle bins. They are trying to monitor the pollution because it's a global crisis to say our global footprint is very high and it's damaging the environment. Are we clear? And then also, what are countries doing or governments doing to try to force people to be mindful in their pollution? You'd find that we are having carbon tax. What is carbon tax? This is the tax that you'll be charged for pollution. If you do a certain level of pollution, you'll be saying, no. Your business does a lot, especially the production industries and the mining industries. Your organization is polluting so much. So there's a certain percentage that you pay. And it's not cheap. So those are some of those issues points that you can populate here. You are looking at managing the global footprint. You are looking also at green issues, green marketing issues. That is, when you're looking at green marketing issues, we are saying we need to keep the environment clean. We are also looking at global, global warming, and also looking at also that global tax. So at legislation, you put the legislations in place. So we spoke about our carbon tax, any taxes or any legislations that you know in that country where you are doing business that are affecting your business. So that's how we populate this PESTLE analysis. So going back to this one now, is it 12 now? Okay, we need to go for lunch, otherwise it will be congested. So here now, let's just finish with this one, then we do the potters when we come back. So with this one now, how do we use it? So when you look at your SWOT now, so under normal circumstances, if you do this one first, this will be easier for you. So your opportunity and your threats, we are saying, I'm looking at my internal environment, but with the lenses of the external. So your opportunities, these are opportunities that are presented by your environment. So for example, let's say there are some points that you have listed under let's say under technology, or maybe under economical factors. Let's say, for example, now in South Africa, maybe let's say there's economical stability. So it becomes an opportunity. Then you write economical stability. So it means now you are taking points from this PESTLE. Those that will give you an advantage, they are opportunity. Because when we are saying there's an opportunity, we mean to say there is a possibility for you to pursue that opportunity. But before you pursue an opportunity, guys, you do what is called cost-benefit analysis. I'm saying it's going to be beneficial, but is it really beneficial? So you need really to go down to analyzing things from the business perspective. Are you able to do it? And monetary-wise, then you conclude. But sometimes when you are saying there's an opportunity, it means there's a gap. So what are the political things that are giving you an opportunity? So let's say maybe there was a policy that was passed that can make your give an advantage to your business. You put it here. Then on the threat is the opposite. So you are still taking them from here, from PESTLE, but anything that is going to be a disadvantage to your business is now a threat. For example, we are saying there's carbon tax, so it's already carbon tax. It's already a negative because I need to comply. It's under legislations, but to me, I'm putting it under threat. So that's how you work out, or how these two are related. So yes, I've looked at my PESTLE. Anything, whether it was political, economical, environmental, if it's positive, it's going to give a positive issue to your business, it's an opportunity. But if it's going to be a negative, it's a threat. So this is how we populate this. Are we clear? Yes. So those are the two. Then we'll finish off the market environment when we come back. So let's go for lunch. Let's see. So what's the time now? Let's just say it's 1:15. Let's hope the queue will not be that too long. Right. Okay. All right, guys. I hope I won't lose you. After having lunch, don't sleep. Okay. All right. So let's look at the third environment quickly. So we said marketing, there are three. But one of those is also called market environment. So all of them, it's marketing. But one of them is market environment. So the moment you are saying marketing or market, you are talking of two different things. Marketing, you are talking of the three. Market, you are talking of this one. So this one called market environment, it's also called competitive environment. That's where we are analyzing our competitive environment. Where is it? It's immediately. So it's immediately outside there. Oh, so it's immediately outside your organization. So we are saying macro environment, it's outside your organization. But then the market environment, or which is also termed competitive environment, it's immediately outside your organization. So it's like you are having layers to say your macro, then immediately outside you it's your market, and then the wider one, the bigger one. Very far or outside you. So let's quickly analyze this market environment or this competitive environment. So this environment, you have no control over it, and then we measure it, what is with a tool called Porter's 5 forces. Okay. So be careful. We have Porter's 5 forces. We have Porter's competitive strategies. So those are different things. This, what we are talking about, is Porter's 5 forces. So automatically, it means this environment now, there are 5 forces that you need to speak to, or that you need to analyze as you are trying to understand your environment. So it will be like, at the center, you've got like your rival. So it's like your competitive. So your competitive rival, who are these guys? These are the guys that are already in competition with you. They are already in existence. Okay, so we have one force which is called competitive rival, or the existing competitors, or the current competitors. So you need to know yourself as a business. Who are we? What business are we doing? Then identify your competitors. What business are you in? Are you working? Who is working here, guys? Yes. Which industry you said?
Manufacturing of locomotives.
Okay, and who are your competitors?
Union Carriage, General Electric, China South Rail, China North Rail, Bombay.
Okay. So those ones already are called competitive rivalry. Like your rival is like somebody who is pursuing you, your competitor, your enemy. So competitive rivalry, they are already there. As you are doing business, they are there. I am Checkers, that is ShopRite. ShopRite is already there. I don't have to think to say, maybe there will be another shop coming. They are already there. So you are already doing competition with them. So this one, you understand them soon when we look at competitor analysis. Because you need to know how to analyze them, how to deal with them, how to react to their tactics or to their strategies. And then we have another force called bargaining power of buyers. Of customers or buyers. Okay? So we have another force called bargaining power of customers or bargaining power of buyers. So who are the buyers? So if I am a business, who are my buyers? Who are these guys? If I'm saying bargaining power of buyer or bargaining of customer, who are these guys? These are the customers that are already having business with me. Or maybe some, like what she's saying, some can be potential customers. So when we are saying bargaining power of buyers or bargaining power of, customers, what exactly do we mean? We are saying customers can have an upper hand sometimes. They can come to a position whereby they can negotiate prices. Remember, we once just highlighted about demand. And we were saying when we were talking about the true demand, there should be people willing to buy at your stipulated price. But you have some circumstances whereby demand is there, but somehow customers can manipulate your price, especially on the open market. Because of course, I'm ShopRite, I cannot really accept a customer coming and say, please, can you lower this 2-liter jar? We are standardized. But if I'm like an open, like the what is it, in the market, or maybe if I've got my own spaza shop, I can be flexible. Or I'm a sole trader, I can be flexible because there are no protocols of doing these things. Okay, so we are saying now, under what circumstances do your customers have a bargaining power or have got an upper hand in such a way that to some extent they can influence you to reduce the price if you have that privilege to do that. Let's say you are selling your fruits there on the road and the customer is coming to buy, then they're like, 2 rand is too much, I can buy for 1 rand. And then you end up saying, okay, 1 rand. Under what circumstances do customers manipulate you or influence you to change your price?
Depends on the quantity they buy.
Okay, so already he's talking about from a corporate perspective, looking at bulk purchase, what is called bulk purchase discount. Are you buying in large quantities? So if we are a warehouse, or we are, or what is it, or a supplier, we are selling to a customer, we are selling to you as a retailer. So if you are buying like those cash and carry, what do? They have reasonable prices because they are now forcing people to buy in bulk. So already, so you can also have, they can also have a bargaining power if they are buying in bulk, so that they enjoy bulk purchase discount. Under what circumstances, let's say you are by the road there, you are selling your bananas. Under what circumstance can your customer influence you to change your price? When? Yes? Yes. If there are many suppliers. So it means the customer now understands that there is more, what is it? There is more supply than the demand. So you would find that we are looking at principles of surplus and scarcity. So when there is what is called surplus, yes, there's RD. So when there is surplus, it means there is plenty of the product. So for example, look at like fruits and vegetables. We have them, some they will be in season, out of season. So if especially fruits, if they're in season, you'd find that you are able to bargain prices. Even in the shops, you may not tell them to say, I'm not happy with this price for a pocket of orange on 40 rand, I will buy it for 10 rand. You will not tell them that. But your reaction will tell them that you know that this price at this particular time is not the right price. So it's issues of demand and supply. So already you'll be looking at the principles of economics. Demand and supply. How do these influence each other? So when there is a surplus, it means now, or when there is plenty of that particular product or service, it means now customer has got an upper hand to choose the price, or maybe to determine the price, or to negotiate price. Like, for example, we're saying fruits, if they're in season, you are able to negotiate a price. If it's in the shops, you go in ShopRite, you say, 30 rand for this bag of orange. No, it should be 15 rand. But there will come a time whereby that same bag will be 60 rand, you still buy it. You are understanding the principles of demand and supply. So when there is surplus, a customer can have a bargaining power. And then when there are also many suppliers, it means now the customer has got so many options and they can go to the cheaper ones. Okay, so you need to understand your customers, you understand their needs, and understand when they have buying power, understand the number of suppliers, understand the seasons of the product, understand availability of the product, because it will inform the bargaining power of your customers. Then you know how best to react to that. And also understand principles of elasticity. Elasticity, we are looking at like stretching. How do customers respond to price? You'd find sometimes you just increase 1 cent, customers, they no longer buy. So understand the degree of elasticity. To what extent are my customers sensitive to price? So if they are very sensitive to price, it means you need also to be cautious. It means now you would rather work with other strategies rather than pricing strategy. You need to work very well. And then we have another bargaining power. Suppliers also have a bargaining power. Also have bargaining power of suppliers. Bargaining power of suppliers. Who are these guys? You are in business and then you have got suppliers. Who are these guys? Who are the suppliers? Okay, those are the people, yes, those are the people that are giving you supplies. What do you need? Maybe you need raw materials, or you need already products that are already processed. Whatever they are supplying to you, or whatever you are buying that you need also for you to do your business, to resell or to reproduce something, those are your supplies. So those people that are giving you supplies, or that are selling you raw materials or the product that you are going to resell, they also have a season where they can have an upper end in the prices. So with these ones, bargaining power of buyers, they will be bargaining to have a lower price. When it comes to these ones, when they are bargaining for a higher price. Under what circumstances do these guys convince you or negotiate to make you buy something at a higher price? The suppliers. When do you buy something from your suppliers at a higher price? When there is scarcity. So like I said, it's the principles of supply and demand. So here, when there's plenty, these ones have got a bargaining power. These ones, their bargaining power is lower. Because there's plenty. You know, customer can go somewhere. So when there is a scarcity or a shortage. So when there's a scarcity or shortage, these ones have got an upper end. So it means now, that's why those monopolies, they have got their bargaining power, because they are the only ones that will be having the product or the service. So they are bound to charge higher prices. But that's where now you find, in the instances of monopolies, you find that now the government comes into play and regulate the prices. Why are they doing that? It's protecting us. You'd find that normally those guys, they will be state-owned. And then to some extent, the government needs to intervene. Otherwise, those guys will take advantage. Their bargaining power will be very high. because they are the sole providers. Look at ESCOM. If the government was not regulating, we could be paying really exorbitant, But to some extent, as much as it is still expensive, but the government comes in to regulate. Are we clear? So these ones, they've got bargaining power if there's a shortage. So if there's shortage, we are talking about our oranges, they are not in season. You go now, that packet which was 30 rand, you find it 60. They will not tell you, buy this one, you will not find it anyway. Yourself, if you go now to the next shop, you find it same price or a little bit higher. You end up buying. So when there's scarcity. And then we have threats. We have got what is called the threat of new entrants. Who are these guys? Threat of new entrants. Who are these guys? New companies. Where are they? Where are these new companies? They are not yet there. So as a business, remember, new companies are always mushrooming. They are always coming. So you need to be aware, as you are doing your environmental scanning, you need to know that, remember, you are not the only one who has got this information of saying, I need to do environmental scanning. All other businesses are also aware that I need to be doing environmental scanning. I need to be understanding my environment. So it means now, other people, as you do business, they will be attracted maybe to do the same business. That's why you find now there is Coke. Then we have also some other drinks that are almost looking like Coke, but they're not Coke. They saw that there's a market for Coke. So they are having imitate products. So be aware that there will always be other competitors that can start mushrooming. You can say, I'm in the corporate business. No one can copy my strategies. Those strategies are not immune to be copied. Someone can come and copy them. So it's just wake-up call to say, people, they are also watching you. As much as you watch them, they are also watching you. And they are bound to come and also enter the market. So there is no market that you can say, ours is a special skill. Someone will also come with an imitate of that skill. So these are new guys on board. Why are they coming? They've seen an opportunity. Remember, they're looking at their SWOT. The SWOT will tell them opportunities and threat. So they've seen, there's an opportunity. Then they enter. They watch this space. They see people in and out of your shop. Then they're like, what is happening there? They find out what you are selling, which is bringing people. They also open. So that's how business works. Okay? And then we have what is called threat of substitute products. We have threat of substitute products. What are these? So it's threat of new entrants and threat of substitute products. What are substitute products? Substitute products. Are they always inferior? What are substitute products?
It's like maybe you have a patent on something original, like a charger, for example, a Samsung charger. So you can still charge your phone with something else that's inferior to that of the original Samsung, but at a lower price.
Is it always inferior?
No, not always inferior, but at a less cost.
So what exactly is it? That's what I want to understand. What is a substitute? Sorry? What is it?
Yeah, at a lower cost in the market, but it serves the purpose.
Yes. Now you are talking. It needs to be a product or a service that that performs the same function. Like the example that you used to say, a charger. Whether I use a Samsung or now a Xingzhong, but it's a charger. Are we clear? It's going to perform the same function. Like for example, ladies, you can allude to this. Long time ago, it was just your tablet of soap. You have your Protex, your Dove, your what. But what other things do we have now for washing ourselves, our face, our bodies? What other products do we have? Someone has seen that there's a loop Then they're starting to bring these shower gels, there's a foam bath, there's a facial washes. These are substitute products. They are performing the same purpose. The function is to remove dirty, and they are also coming to remove dirty. So you'd find that substitute products, these are products or services that serve the same function. So like what somebody was saying, to say sometimes they are of inferior quality, it's not always the case. Yes, when they are imitated, sometimes they are of inferior, but it's not always the case. The bottom line is they should be able to perform the same function.
But they're affordable. Even the inferior one, they are affordable.
It depends now to say, I'm just ruling out to say the substitute products are cheaper. Someone may actually be targeting a certain, a certain group of a market. Those who are also, remember we said there are other customers that are status quo oriented. So I may come with a product which is actually of higher quality. So it depends now, the connotation now of the quality depends now with the perceived value. But we are just saying the bottom line is those products that can come in the market that can serve the same purpose. That's why we are having now these energy drinks. Now we have Dragon, what. There are so many. You are really confused. So it means the bottom line was somebody thought to say people get tired, they need energy. Then all other drinks that are coming also with the purpose of adding energy, they are also coming on board. Are we clear? So we need now to understand. So when we are looking at the issues, what are the key main issues? As much as you need to understand the model, which environment it works, and be able to explain the various elements, you need also to understand the dynamics of this, this model. Looking at the new entrants, there are what are called barrier of entry in the marketplace. So you'd find that in an industry, there can be barriers of entry. So you need to understand the barrier of entry. How easy is it for another business to enter in that industry that you are in? For example, look at the retail industry. As long as you do the proper channel of registering your company, tomorrow you will have your own retail stores. That's why there are so many retail stores on board. It means that industry now is flooded. And people can still open more businesses in that space. So it means now the barrier of entry is low. It's not very difficult as long as you follow the protocols of registering and having your company being recognized legally in this country. But look at another scenario. For example, mining industry or a hospital. You cannot just wake up as a doctor and say, I have got my own hospital. We are dealing with people's lives. There are protocols. You'd find that the barrier of entry is very, very high. It's not easy. They need to look at the quality assurance issues need to come into play. Even if you want to open your own mine, they need to see if safety issues. There are a lot of procedures that need to be followed before they can endorse that you can operate in this industry or you can run this business. So you cannot just have a fly-by-night hospital. It needs to be properly, quality checks, the health people, the different groups in the health sector, they need to come and endorse that really people's lives are not endangered. So especially where people's lives are endangered, you'd find that the barrier of entry becomes high. So you guys, you need to understand your workspaces or even your own businesses. Understand the barrier of entry in your business, in the industry of your business. Is there even a barrier? Or it's an industry whereby someone can still just open, tomorrow you wake up, there are 2 other entrants in there. So it means it's a very, It's an industry that is open for anyone to come in, and for you now, you are prone to so much competition. So that's where you need now to continuously differentiate yourself so that you can try to barricade yourself or make yourself really have a competitive advantage. And then we also have what are called exit barriers. Some industry guys, it's not a joke. Once you are there, you cannot wake up tomorrow and say, I'm closing. For example, looking at educational institutions, you are again dealing with the people. Or even like a hospital, like I said. But cannot come tomorrow and say, we are closed. What about people that are admitted and what? You cannot do that. You cannot do that. We cannot wake up tomorrow and say, guys, that you did your marketing, that's it, go and finish somewhere. That's not ethically acceptable. There are processes to be followed until the current customer who is engaging with you has actually exited. So you need to understand those dynamics of barrier of entry. How easy is it to enter? And the barrier of exit. How easy is it to come out? Sometimes when you are there, you cannot come out now. Or even if you want to come out, the government will tell you need 5 years to come out. Until you have taught all this and finished, that's when you can close. Then you're like, but we are liquidated. Yes, you are liquidated, but still run. So understand those dynamics. And then when you're also looking at this model, you need also to look at environmental issues like we spoke about. To say, we are now having the carbon tax. So those can actually be other issues that can be a barrier of entry. You can see for some businesses, setting up. It's very expensive to set up that structure and now have a business in that industry. It can be very expensive, so it can be a challenge. So understand, so those are some of the dynamics when you are looking at this model. So that is really what you need to know when we are looking at our environment. But in addition, you just need also to know about the legislation. So I just want to highlight the legislations that govern us. So you'd find that like in South Africa, we are governed by the Bill of Rights. And we need to understand that Bill of Rights and the various legislations that are embedded in that Bill of Rights that is governing all our issues, which is actually like anchoring our corporate governance here in South Africa. So we need to understand the various legislations, their implications, so that we are compliant. So that even as we are doing our business, we need to be compliant. Okay, so you'd find that to get more information, you need to go through them on your own. I'll just give a high-level overview. So the Broad-Based Black Economic Empowerment Act. So we are looking at also at trying to empower the to empower blacks here in South Africa. So the concept we are looking at saying they were disadvantaged. So it's looking at issues from the apartheid era. So that's what the government is trying to rectify. So it's trying also to promote them and recognize them in higher positions. Okay, so you'd find that all those things, if you're not, yes, as much as nothing will happen to you, but you'd find that if you are looking also now at your BEE scoring, that has got a bearing in you doing business with the government. So for any tender from the government, they need someone with a good BEE scoring. So if now your organization does also not recognize that, yes, you may not be penalized, but when it comes to you wanting to do tenders or business with the government, you may not go get because of your scoring there. And then the Business Act. So you'd find that this act, it would be Business Act, then they put the year. That year, it's when it was enforced. And then if they do any correction, they will put as amended. So it means now, so even if the minister who put that or those people who were there when this was endorsed, even if they are not there, someone can go back to say, what was the law when it started? What was the legislation when it started? Then they can always reflect back and see how to deal with the issues. So you'd find that we are looking at the businesses, how we register our businesses. It's very important and for you to be able to follow the right protocol. And then the Competition Act. So we need to be able to compete ethically. You'd find that some businesses, they do what is called price fixing or collusion. They have a collusion. You have got like an alliance. Come, let's join forces. Why are we joining forces? We join forces, we say, okay, from today onwards, we are going to sell product so and so at this price. What are you doing? You are trying to push someone out of business. You maybe are a big organization, maybe you enjoy economies of scale, you can afford to sell at a very, very low price. So you join forces with someone in the same industry. Let's start selling this product at this price. You know, for you, are not running a loss because you are enjoying economies of scale or you're enjoying bulk purchase discount. But there is someone out there who is doing same business like you. Maybe it's a new entrance. Maybe you want to push out that new entrance. So you collude, you join forces and fix a certain price or enforce certain strategies with the aim of pushing someone out of business. That's called an ethical competition. And that business can actually report you, and they can actually take you to court. Okay, and then they can actually be penalties that can be enforced if you are not competing ethically. Okay, and then the Consumer Protection Act, we have what are called consumerism. So as a consumer, you have rights. But to what extent, guys, do you know your rights? Most of the times we are blank. That job that you are having, did you take time to read your contract? It's when things have gone wrong. So you'd find that now it's like hide and seek. HR will never tell you, did you read, did you understand? Have you signed? Thank you, I have signed. They're also happy, they're also protecting themselves. But when things have gone wrong, they'll just say, go back to the contract. But I didn't see it. But you signed. So now you have no case. Because you have it in documentation, but you didn't read. That's your own fault. So you'd find that even when we are buying products, many are times when we do that, we just tick. We are happy now with our new purchase. We are just ticking everything. Yet we are giving them permission to use your details for other marketing purposes. So these guys are calling me. That's the other marketing purpose that you ticked. So those are other marketing purposes that you endorsed. So of course, some companies are also not ethical. They just dish out our information without our permission. But many are times that we endorse without knowing that we have endorsed. So we need to know our rights. For example, it's a right for the consumer to say when they are buying a product to have all that information. What if I've got an allergy and then you don't list all the ingredients? I can sue the company to say, I'm sick because of the allergy of these ingredients in this product and it was not stipulated. So we need to make sure that we do that. Okay. And then we also, so you'd find that if things go wrong, we also have some dispute bodies that help us to resolve our issues. When things have gone wrong, yes, we are saying there's Competition Act, but if somebody is not competing ethically, what do I do? That's when you can go to these people, like the Advertising Standards Authority. So maybe you have entered into a contract with an organization, they're advertising and they are using you in their advert, and then now you are seeing your photo is deformed. You can go and say, this is not me. This is not an agreement. So it's all those issues for what is it if you are now invading people's privacy. And then Competition Commission, like what we said, there should be ethical competition. If you feel someone is competing unethically, you go to those. So they are like the intermediaries. They are the peacemakers. And then Direct Marketing Association. The direct marketing is when we are receiving all these different types of communication. So if if you feel you're overwhelmed with all these direct emails coming to you, you can go to those guys. Okay? And then the Direct Selling Association, again related to those guys just calling us, giving us information about their product. We can also go to those guys. The Digital Media and Marketing Association, again, it goes back to all the adverts and all the different information in the different media that is projected. And then the Ombudsman for marketing-related complaints and dispute resolution. Again, it's helping us in all our marketing areas. If you feel any strategy or any information that has been projected is actually violating your rights. So you'd find that we are saying these are the legislations. Then we are saying these are the guys who should help us. So if we have got this system in place, why is it not functioning? So it comes back now to ethical issues and implementation issues. To what extent? So if the government has stipulated this, so why is it not working? So you'd find that there are a lot of issues that also comes into play. For example, poverty leading to corruption. So yes, I know I should be able to protect you. There's been a violation of Competition Act, and then you come and report. But then these guys, they come, they bribe me. At the end of the day, I'm biased. You are coming, we are dealing with it. Every day we are dealing with it until you are tired. How many times did we report something? You go to court every day until you give up. Or sometimes even resources you don't have, you need to engage a lawyer. So why are they failing these products? Thanks. Okay, so why are the products failing? So it's a lot of reasons. It's mainly because we don't understand the consumer buying behavior. What happens in the mindset of the customer from the time they see your product, from the time they know about your service, from the time you project your communications? What happens? So we need to understand that connotation or that process, that thinking process of what happens in the mindset of the customer so that we know when to present our products or our services. So we want to look at the consumer buyer behavior process. Okay. All right. So this is the process that I want us to look at, the consumer buyer behavior process, or it's also called the stimuli response model. So what does this consumer buyer behavior model or the stimuli response model, what is it all about? So the stimuli response model, it's like, I always want to relate it to, what is it? The process of fishing. How many of you have been subjected to fishing or you know what fishing is all about? What do you need for fishing? You need a fishing rod. Then what else? Then you need a bait. So that's what marketing is all about. You need your fishing rod. And then on the fishing rod, you need to be able to project something that is your market offering that you are going to present on the market space. So my fishing rod and my bait, those are like my market offering that I'm going to have on the market space. So what do you have? What does your market, what does your fishing rod hold? So when you take your fishing rod over the, maybe it's a river, it's a dam, what are you expecting? What is the objective? What do you want? What are you using that worm for? That bait, what are you using it for? What does it catch the fish? What do you use it for? It's for attraction. So that's what your marketing activities should be like. You should be like somebody holding a fishing rod, a fishing rod, and then you have got your bait. So that bait, those are your different marketing activities. So you don't need to go and manipulate people. You just need to go and present. You don't put your you know, what is it? Your worm in and out, No. You just leave it there. Then automatically what happens? The fish gets attracted. So that's what you must do with your marketing activity. If we think in that way, it will help us. So that's what you need to do. You just need to have something attractive. Display it out there. And it should be able to pull the people to you on its own. Not you going to, manipulate people. So we are saying now, we need to understand what happens in the mindset of the customer. So we are saying from the stimuli response model or the consumer buyer behavior model, this is what happens in the mindset of the consumer. So we are saying your fishing rod, that is like your marketing environment, which is like your stimuli. Because the stimuli, you use it to attract. You use it to try to elicit a response. So we are saying you have your marketing environment or your business environment. And then in your business environment, you should be able to present various marketing activities that should be able to attract your customers. So you are there in your environment where you are doing business. Then you should be having your stimuli, marketing stimuli. So what are those things? It can be your product, your price, your promotion, your what? Coming together, working together, trying to attract the customer. So that when you're looking at your packaging, your price, your quality, all those things, they come together to influence the customer. Then, of course, your external environment, like the economy, also will be affecting people. Social factors will be affecting people. But we are saying from your perspective as a business, what do you have to present on the market space? What do you have to offer? So your offering now should act as a stimuli. That's your fishing rod with a bait. So you are displaying it there on the market space. Like you can have 5, 10 guys fishing together. Why is the fish coming to your rod and not the other one? That's exactly what you must do with the marketing. You display your things there, and they should be able to attract customers to your business. So when we have our stimuli now, we have got our product, or we have got our marketing activities, or it's our strategy, whatever we are using as a business, it becomes also, all our initiatives becomes our stimuli. And we are operating, of course, in our environment. So we are understanding our internal environment, our external environment, and then our competitive environment. All that, we have taken care of that. So now, what happens? So when I present my marketing stimuli, or when I present or my marketing offering on the market, what happens? It goes to the what is called the buyer's black box. So the black box now, that's like the cockpit from the aeroplane. They are taking it like that's the thinking engine of a plane. So that's the same concept that they are using. So this is now the thinking faculty of your consumer. So you are saying, present your market offering. If it's presented in a attractive way, it should be able to cause some certain response in the customer. So yes, present. Once you present, it goes to the thinking faculty of the customer. The customer now should be able to process, think about the product, analyze the product, until then from there, now what do you want? The buyer response. So I'm just presenting something to the customer. It can be my product. It can be a new product. It can be maybe I'm having a sales promotion. I've reduced my prices. I've presented it on the marketplace. I've communicated. So it should reach the customer. Once it reaches the customer now needs to synthesize the information that you have presented. So we are also going to look at the journey, or the buyer decision. What is it? The journey that the consumer takes before they actually buy. But when they are presented with your information, they process it. Once they process it, they now make a decision, or they have a response. So we need, guys, to understand this consumer buyer process, or the consumer buyer behavior, model, or the stimuli response model. To say, as we are doing all the different initiatives that we are doing, already we are in a setup whereby we are presenting a stimuli. That is our market offering, with an intention of eliciting or getting a response from the customer. After the process, you want a response. So that's what the model is all about. It's all about us as businesses being able to project or to present our market offering on the market space. But as we are presenting, we must be aware that now we are not the only ones on the market. There are competitors. So it's up to you now to say, when you are presenting your market offering, it's augmented in such a way that it stands out. What makes customers now to come and choose your brand rather than that one of your competitors? To what extent is it attracting the customer? Because a stimuli, it's for attraction. Are those campaigns that you are having, are they really attracting customers? That product that you are selling, is it really attracting the customers? So you need now to think critically, so that you differentiate your product or your service, so that at the end of the day, when the customer now is thinking or is projected with the communication, they start thinking about it, and then you want at the end of the day to have a certain response. And the good response that we want is for them to start buying from us. So that's the model. So that's what we are saying when we're looking at consumer buyer behavior. We are saying there is a process that consumers follow before they can buy. So we need to tap into that thinking capacity or thinking faculty of the customer. We need to understand, how do they think How do they react to what we present? So that we try, by all means, to present something that is going to evoke the response that we want. So now see, if you are doing product myopia or marketing myopia, you will be doing things amiss now. So everything you are doing, when it comes here now, it's not processed favorably because they don't need it, because they were not involved. So we are just saying, in short, try to involve your customers or try to present something that is going to attract the customers. Okay. All right. Sorry, you are not going to do the discussions. Let's also look at some of the characteristics or some of the factors that influence buying behavior of customers. What are some of the things that influences customers before they can buy? So we are looking at issues of cultural factors. So as much as I may present something very attractive on the market space, that's not enough. That's a miss. I need also to be speaking to the cultural dynamics of the individuals that I'm dealing with. Understand the culture of the people that you are dealing with. So the moment you are going to present something that does not fit with my culture, that's a mockery of my culture. So already I'm not going to be aligned, or I don't want to be aligned with your business. So understand the culture of the people so that you try to address or to meet, meet the needs of the customers. And then social factors. Understand the social factors of the customers. What are their perceptions? What is the level of their disposable income? Understand their buying patterns. Understand their social class. All those things will affect how they buy. So their social factors, their influence. What is the status quo they want to have? What is the status they want to portray in the market? Some people, they are really brand oriented. Some people are just saying, as long as I get the product. So understand those dynamics so that when you are dealing with the different segments, you understand how to deal with them. And then we also have psychological factors. So when you're looking at the psychological impact now, you are tapping into the thinking faculty of the customer. So some customer, like I said, you are looking now at the status. So some people, they buy things because of a certain status they want to project. If it's not a Nike sneaker, no. Mothers, you are fighting with your sons. But this is one. No, mommy, don't buy. Why? It's issues of a certain brand that they want to be associated with. So tap into the psychological impact. Okay, so those are the main ones, but they are also other characteristics that can also influence the buying behavior of your customers. So understand these dynamics so that you understand what are some of the things that influence the customers as they try to make decisions. Okay, so here it was just explaining the different things that I was talking about, like, for example, the social factors. You are looking also to say the groups, they are influenced by the small groups, the family, social roles, status, online social networking. So there are so many things that influence us in the society. For example, you are selling something which is targeted, like, for example, let's look at the toys shop. Yes, you can do something you can make your stimuli to attract the little ones. But you know who is the decision maker? Yes. So you'd find that, yes, they will dangle it in front of the child to cry, but they know you are the decision maker. So if you now present your stimuli absent the decision maker, it becomes a challenge. Like, for example, when you're dealing with organizations, let's say you are doing B2B, organization to organization. Understand who are the decision makers in that organization. So you're going to waste time with someone who does not make a decision. So you think, we are striking a sale, yet you are chasing the wrong person. Understand the decision makers, okay? And then we can also look at the personal factors. When you're looking at the social, you can also look at the personal factors like the age, life cycle stage, occupation. Those are some of the things that can influence the person. So especially looking at the life cycle stage. You are looking at someone mature like me, then you are presenting something for teenagers. That's not, there's no alignment. So you are targeting the wrong target. So we are saying target the right age or at the right stage, target me with the right product. Are we clear? Okay? And then the psychological, like I indicated, like the motivation, the perception, the learning, and the beliefs, and also the attitude. So psychological is mainly to do with your status. Let's just also look at the buying behavior, types of buying behaviors. So marketing, if you can see, it's processes and understanding the models. So understand the process, how it works, and how it affects business, and how can you react. So let's look at them. The types of buying behavior. So when customers are buying now, there are different behaviors that are involved. So we are going to look at the involvement. What is it? We are going to look at the involvement, looking at the level of involvement. Is it high or low? And then we are also going to look at the significance of the differences between the brands. Is it what is it? Is there a high difference in the different brands that are projected, or there's not much differences in the brands that are being projected? So we can have what is called variety seeking buying behavior. So what are the characteristics? Low involvement and significant difference between brands. So a consumer can have a buying behavior which is called variety seeking. They are buying a product because they are seeking variety. Let's say, for example, we are looking at biscuits. There are so many types of different biscuits that are there. Marie, so many. So a customer can buy Marie today and tomorrow buy it some more because they are seeking for variety. So it means now you need to understand why are they not buying this brand and buying that one. So now it's issues of variety seeking. So it means now as a business, do you also, your product portfolio, does it also have variety? So it means now if you are just selling one brand and now you have got some customers that want variety, it means now you are going to miss them. And then we are also going to have complex buying behavior. What are the characteristics? High involvement and high significance difference between brands is also high. So the complex buying behavior, for example, if you are buying furniture, guys, when you are saying high involvement, it means you need to think about it. Unlike here, a packet of biscuits, it's between 20 rand to 30 rand. I don't need to think about it. There's not much commitment. But here, you are buying couches. They are very expensive. So you need to think, you are buying a car. You think about it, you plan. So now, it means now, and then there will be maybe a lot of varieties. There are different types of cars. So you need to understand to say, this customer is going to need more time. So it means now, speaking now to those in the sales force, you need to understand now this product. If it's expensive, it means now it's high involving. So it means now you need to understand that even the customer needs time to think. So the moment you are saying today, are you not buying? Are you not buying? You end up upsetting the customer now, because give them also the privilege to think, because now there's huge commitment because of monetary issues. Yes. Okay? And then the habitual buying behavior, involvement is very low and few differences in the brands. Things are almost the same. There's no difference in the brands. So whether I buy brand A or brand B, it's more or less the same. So you'd find that, for example, sugar, it becomes now a habit or a loaf of bread. Why are you buying that brand and not the other one? It becomes a habit. So you'd find that with some customers now, these are now, they are like a loyal customer to that particular brand. So they start buying something because of a habit now. So you need to understand now what are the customers buying as a habitual habit, so that you always make sure that it's there on the shelf. So if you don't understand now which products are customers buying, let's say, for example, milk for tea, customers or for coffee, customers, they always buy it, and then they find it's not there. You put off the customers. So some things we buy for habit. And then we have the dissonance reducing buying behavior. So you'd find that a customer, once they buy, sometimes they go through what is called dissonance. You are uncomfortable. Why did I buy? Do I really need it? Should I? That's when you start having now returns. They're coming, I don't need it anymore. Hi, it's too small. But you tried it. Why is it too small now? So we need now not to confuse customers. Like, for example, look at tiles, floor tiles. You'd find that sometimes now it's not, we need now to be well branded or have a certain brand or a certain status that we hope to reduce that dissonance, that discomfort. So if they buy, let's say, for example, they're buying tiles, if they buy their house tiles, they should be able to be happy with them. They should be differentiated from the other ones so that they don't go tomorrow now, they're digging them off. I need another. No. So your products should try to reduce that discomfort for the customer. They must give customers surety. So we are also looking at issues of quality so that at the end of the day, the customers are happy. So all these buying behaviors, we need to understand them. So we need to understand the consumer buying behavior or that stimuli response model to say, how do they buy? So where do I come in as a business? It means I have something to present on the market space that should be attractive so that the customer can think about it, so that the customer can, at the end of the day, make a decision to buy from us. And then I need to understand the various buying behaviors that are involved. So these were just the notes to that. I'll send these to you guys. Okay. And then we are looking at the buyer decision process. So that was the consumer buying behavior or the stimuli response model. We also have the buying behavior process. This is the process now, what is it? The buyer decision process now that the customer undergoes before they buy. Yes, I have my stimuli response. I have presented my stimuli in a way that can attract the customer. That is not good enough. I need to understand the process that takes place. Remember in that black box where we said that's the thinking faculty. Yes, I have presented my stimuli. Then I want the customer to think about it and make a decision. So these are the things that are going on in the mindset of the customer in that black box. So it means now, before a customer can sit down and decide to buy from you, they need to go through a decision process. So it means now the first step is the need recognition. The customer must really acknowledge that I need this product or I need this service. So it means now, when we are looking now at our stimuli response model or the consumer buyer behavior model, that one, it means now when the customer now, for them, of course, sometimes they evaluate because from their own perspective that they need something. But it's also homework to us as business to say, do we have sufficient communication out there so that the customer, because sometimes you'd find that they end up buying something which they didn't need. That's why at the point of sales, like in the stores, that's why at the point of sale, they always have like chocolates, what are they doing? They always know that there is impulse shopping. Something you didn't plan to buy. So if your communication is also out there, it can help the consumer to make a decision. So there is need recognition. Your customer should identify that they need something. So that needing or that want. So even when it's your want, they must acknowledge that I want or I need something. And then from there, then information search. Oh, I need a car. Maybe my car was giving me problems. Maybe there's a certain other model that I need. Or maybe I didn't have a car. I think now I've got a little saving. Or maybe I think my salary can make me afford to get a little something. So I need a car. So I have realized there's a need. I need a car. So once I decide that I need a car, I need now to go to the second step for searching information. So remember now looking at that buyer behavior, what is it? The different buyer behaviors that the customers have to say, is it a beach call, is it what? So that comes to the customer now. What kind of buying behavior is there? Is it going to be a habitual? Is it going to be a complex buying behavior? So now if it's a car, it means a complex buying behavior. So the customer goes to search for information. So when the customer is searching for information, are you also out there so that the customer can know about you and also buy from you? So need recognition, homework to us as businesses is communication out there about our brands, about our businesses, about our companies, about our products, so that when the customers are looking for information, they can find it. And then from there, then they do evaluation of alternatives. So if they've searched information, that's not enough for the customer. They will start now evaluating. Okay, I need a laptop. Okay, there's Toshiba, there's Acer, there's what. They have all that information. They've got that information. Now they will zero down now to choosing. So which one can I get? Which one? So they are speculating. So we are saying when your market offering is being examined at that stage where customers are trying to choose which one to buy, how competitive is it? Is it also, being recognized? Is it also being considered to be bought? Or you are just that brand which is behind and customers are not interested in even thinking about you? So we are saying now to us as businesses, we need to augment our products, our services. We need to communicate. We need to be standing out so that when they are choosing from the various alternatives, they can also consider us. And then from there, then the purchase decision. So they've tried to identify which one is the best. At the end of the day, they choose the best. So after they have identified the best, and then the post-purchase behavior. So yes, they've bought the product. That's not the end of the story. There are also other behaviors that happen. That's where you see them running. I want to return. So there are certain other issues that happens even after the purchase. So we need also to manage that. So as a business, what is your fireproof for those issues? Because you'd find customers that you want to return. And you'd find that also from the South African's perspective, looking at the consumerism, they have a right, the return policy is there. They have a right to return if it's within the stipulated return period. How are you going to react to that? And then you'd find that for some products or some services, for example, we are looking at it from an IT's perspective. Maybe you've installed a software for a certain organization. So when you're looking at the post-purchase behavior, what are you going to do now as a business to support them? Like, for example, if it's IT, you've installed a software. Are you there as a business to support them? Are you there to train them? Are you there to launch the software? Are you there to walk the journey with them, guiding them? Are you giving them backup service? So to what extent are you giving your customers backup? To what extent? Yes, we cannot be calling everyone, are you happy with the product? A loaf of bread, are you happy? No, that's not feasible. We are looking at our big clients, our big loyal clients. Are you also taking time to service them so that they continue wanting to do business with you, so that they feel special? It's all about making your customers feel special. That's what actually makes them to want to continue being with you. Some of you guys, your customers are with you because they've got no choice. Maybe the other competitors are very far, or your price is better, but your servicing is bad. So we need to improve because customers are really exposed to a lot of information, and anytime they can just pack their bags and go to your competitors. Are we clear? So we need to understand that process that the consumer goes through. So those are the main issues that we need to understand, to say, how does the customer think? How do we make the customers to want also to buy from us? So understand the stimuli response model. Understand how the customers think. Understand their buying behaviors so that you know how to react. Understand the decision process that takes place in their mind before they actually buy. Okay? I just also added something, the adoption process for a new product. So starting to adopt now a product, it's from the point that the customer knows about your product to the point when they start using it. So when they have adopted your product now, it means now they are not just happy about knowing it. They are also starting to use it. So you need to close that gap so that it's not prolonged to say, people are aware of our product. So what? You want them to usher them to the point where they start using the product. Yes, awareness is good. It increases our market share, but it helps to increase our, our visibility and the number of people that our database, but that's not enough. We need to increase our market share. We need to increase the number of users. So we need to understand the adoption process from the time the customer knows about your product until they start using it. They start using it, that's the most important thing. So we are saying these are the steps. 1, awareness. So are you creating enough awareness for customers to know about your product? Are you communicating? Are you out there? Then from there, interest. So when you have communicated, customers, they start to know about you. You should actually help the customers now to have interest in your product. Being aware about you is not good enough. Try to generate interest. So you'd find that when we are doing, when we are looking at the communication, you'd find that we communicate for different reasons. For example, we have what is called the IDA model. So we can communicate for these reasons. So awareness, for interest, to generate interest, to generate desire, then for action. So these are some of the reasons why we communicate. I want them to be aware, that's good, but that's not enough. You want this interest, this awareness now to be turned into an interest. Make them to be interested. And then you try that interest to take it a little bit higher. They feel like they cannot do without it. They have a desire. And then action, they buy. So we are saying, yes, they should be aware, but they should be interested. So once they are interested enough, then they start evaluating. So it goes like to the decision, buyer behavior, the decision-making process. Then they start evaluating. So if they show interest, then they start evaluating from the alternatives. And then they do trial. And then adoption, they start using. So trial, you'd find that for some products and services, they can have what is called, they have triability. So what do we mean by triability? You give your customers a chance to try your product or your service before they actually start using it officially. So how or what do you have in forms of triability for your customers? Because when trying, that will give the customers, an experience. Remember, I spoke about experience marketing, experiential marketing. So it gives them an experience of your product, which can make them to want using it. For example, if you're buying a car, that's why they give you a drive test. It's giving you an experience. Oh, how does it feel? The seats, the what, how does it feel? So you are having an experience which can actually help you to make a decision. Of course, some products, they cannot work like that. I cannot just have, I have got baked beans. Come and try. Do you like them? Otherwise, you run out of business. But you'd find that now as businesses, when we have got new products, I think you have seen those merchandisers sometimes in the shop, they are promoting products. Maybe there's even new butter, they're giving you to try, new snacks, they're giving you to test. So it's called triability. You are giving the opportunity to try before the official use. So already it's like your bait. And then adoption, they officially start using it. Okay. All right. So basically, that's what chapter 3 is all about, and those are the main issues. Now let's quickly look at the competitor analysis. Competitor analysis. So when we are looking at competitor analysis, guys, remember we said we have got 3 types of environments. Can you remind me those 3 types of environments? Market, micro, and macro. Okay. And then we said the micro, which instrument do we use to measure it? The SWOT analysis. And then the macro, the PESTLE. And then the market, Porter's 5 forces. So you'd find that when you are talking about competitor analysis, already it's like you are speaking to the Porter's 5 forces, because remember I said the market environment is also called competitive environment. So it's important. Now, remember, we said when you're looking at the Potter's 5 forces, we said there are those that are called competitive rival. They are already in business with you. You don't need to think about them. Checkers, ShopRite is already there. So these are the guys that we are interested in. The ones that are already in business with me. So you need now to understand your competitors. Who are they? What are they doing? How do they do business? How do they react to my strategies? It's very important so that you know how best to deal with your customers. Otherwise, if you don't know them, they will overtake you. So let's look at the steps in analyzing our competitors. So we are saying when we are analyzing our competitors now, we need to identify the company's competitors. So what are some of the things that we do when we are looking at our, when we are looking now at our, when we are trying to understand who are our competitors? So remember, we spoke about the product myopia. Let's not glorify things from our side. The marketing myopia, you'd find that as businesses, we have got instances whereby you say, these ones are underlying dogs. These ones, they can never touch us. These are just small businesses. But those small businesses that we are looking down upon, they are the ones that are slowly and surely overtaking us as big businesses. So what we are having, most big businesses, what they are having is just the brand, is just the status quo, but profit-wise, you'd find that their profitability, some of them, the smaller organizations are overtaking them. So as big businesses now, we are engrossed in that situation whereby we are saying, we have arrived. We are well known. We are a strong brand. So whilst we are in that confusion, small businesses are coming and taking over. So you'd find that they are doing other nitty-gritties, like they are servicing their customers, they are looking after their customers. Us as big companies, we don't have time to do that. We are too busy, or we don't have the capacity, or we feel our brand is already selling itself. So you'd find that we are undermining the smaller companies, but they are slowly and surely taking over. So we must not be in that trap whereby we look down or we undermine any organization. Whether small or a big, anything can actually take place, or anything can actually happen as far as our competitors are concerned. So when now we want to understand our competitors, you'd find that we can also, it goes back, like I said, to speaking to them, Potter's 5 forces. So when we are trying to understand our competitors, we need to understand these ones. The competitive rival, these are the guys that we are interested in. Who are they? What do they do? What are their strategies? How do they respond to our strategies? So you need actually to be able to group your competitors so that you know the level of impact of their competition on your business, so that you know how best also to deal with those particular competitors. So you'd find that when you are assessing now, or when you're identifying your competitors now, you basically need to list them down and then understand their behavior as competitors. Okay, so those ones we did already. We are not going to repeat that because we already covered it. Okay, then step number 2, assessing competitors. So when you are starting assessing competitors, step number 1, now we just identified them. Fair and fine. Who are they? Fair and fine. But now we need to go deeper and know them better as customers. So I need now to assess them. For example, I need to understand even their objectives. What are they up to? What are their objectives? So you'd find that as businesses, we have got different objectives in place. Others, they are pursuing market share. Others, they are looking at profitability. Others, they are looking at growing. Understand what is their objective. What are their objectives? What are their strategic goals? Because that, on its own, in true sense, will guide how they do business. So analyze them. So you'd find that we are saying some of the objectives could be for profitability, so this is like their cash flow, their market share, leadership in technology. Understand what do they stand for as a business, because what they stand for will always influence how they react or their behavior. Okay? All right. Let's go to the next one in assessing your competitors. Okay, so we can have the framework for analyzing your competitors. So this can be a framework that you can use when you want to really understand their competitors. So you need to understand their target market. So you are trying to get a deeper underlying meaning about them. You're trying to get an insight about your customers, about your competitors. Okay, so for example, their target market, what is the target market they are having? What is their product? What are their price? What is their distribution? What is their what type of communication do they use? What are their business processes like? What are the people, the type of employees they have? What skills do they have? Do they have any employee who is headhunted? You want to understand more about that business. You want to have a holistic picture of them as a business, so that at the end of the day, it guides you in understanding them. So in analyzing the competitor, you need also to understand the different types of competitors that we have. So these are some of the different types of competitors that we have. We have got the laid back. Laid back customers, they take time. These are like laggards. They take time to respond. You do something, they are relaxed, they are what? Sometimes they don't even respond. So you need to know now to say, what kind of competitor am I dealing with? Are they laid back? They don't respond, they ignore, it's like they're not seeing, or they, know them so that you know how to also work with them. Then we have got the selective. The selective competitors, they choose whom to compete with. They choose what to respond to. So understand them. So if you identify that this competitor, these are our competitor, start grouping them now. Who are the laid backs? Who are the selective customers and competitors? So if they are selective, understand what communication or what strategy do you project that they normally respond to, so that you will know how to react or to work with them. And then you have got the tiger. Those ones, they don't want to be insulted. And it's tit for tat. What you do, they automatically also do it. You reduce price, they also reduce price. So who are the tigers? And how do you respond to them? So those ones, the tigers, you'd find that they keep you restless. They are dangerous, and you need to know how to react with them to them. And then sometimes you'd find that the tigers, they can put in you a corner, whereby now they respond to what you have done. They respond in a manner that you cannot also respond back. So they keep you in competition, or they keep you very on your toes. So you need to be very careful when dealing with those. And then we have got the unpredictable. Unlike the selective now, unlike the laid back that are just like laggards, relaxed, you don't know whether they will react or what, the unpredictable, never undermine them. Anytime they can respond, and you don't know how they will respond. These are like mysterious competitors. So anything can come from them anytime. So you need now to know these types of competitors, so that you will know how best to deal with them. Otherwise, you may find that you will actually, you may actually be out of business. Okay? And then we have got also the third step, selecting competitors to attack and to avoid. So we are saying, number one, when you're doing your competitor analysis, we are saying identify them. Who are they? Number two, analyze them. What do they do? Number three, now you make a choice as a business. So when you are making a choice as a business, you are going to zero down to say, which one should I respond to? Which one should I avoid? Because as a business, you find that sometimes it's not possible to say someone does something, you also do something. Is it in line with your business sense or your objectives? So sometimes you find that it's not possible. So you need to be to identify or to make a choice to say, whom do you respond to? whom do you avoid? So you can only do that if the first two stages have been done, identifying them and assessing them. That can now equip you so that you understand what to do with this with these competitors. Okay, and then as a business, you would find that also we need to understand about the different positions that the competitors wants to hold. So it's all about, like we said, gaining a competitive advantage, having an upper hand. So everyone is fighting for position in the market space. So now you need to understand the various positions that exist or that any organization can take, because your position can also help to, to make customers wanting to do business with you. So you'd find that when we are looking at issues of positioning, it actually comes from the mentality of the customer. It's the perception of the position that the customers have about your brand in the market space. So you just project, you just present, or you just, present the position that you want, but the one who is going to endorse that position is the customer. Are we clear? So what are some of the positions that we can have? We have got, we have got businesses that are called market leader. Who are the market leaders? So a business that is called a market leader, these are businesses that are saying we are number one. So you'd find that nowadays, everything is actually on the open. It's on the website. It's on the profile for the organization. You'd find that an organization can say, we are a market leader. What are they saying? They are saying we are number one in this industry. Like, for example, you'd find that Vodacom will be saying, we are a market leader in the telecommunications industry. What are they saying? They are saying we are number one. So as much as they are saying they are number one, you'd find that us as the customers, we endorse. Are we saying yes or not? So we should not confuse now the customer. Our communication or our activities should be clear so that it makes life easier for the customers to choose. Okay? And then the market challenger. So the challenger, those ones are like also fighting for number one. Yes, market leader is there, but there's always someone who is like wrestling it out with you because they also wanted that position. So a challenger is an organization that also wants to hold your position, or these are like striving for number two, or striving for your position. Market leader, they want to be number one. Challenger, they are fighting for that position one, or they are fighting for your position. And then we have got follower. Followers, these are like laid back or laggards. They are not worried. They don't care about being number one as long as we are also in competition. They have their own reasons of wanting to be followers. Some, they don't want to attract attention. Then at the end of the day, they flop. So you'd find that they would be happy just being a follower. Are we clear? And then we have market niche. So who is a niche? A niche is somebody who is going to just focus on a niche market. What is a niche market? It's a small, profitable segment of a market, a small, profitable market. For example, when we are looking at somebody who is going to be selling, maybe let's say, jewelry. Some people, as long as I have just have a pair of earrings, that's fine. But some people that will say, no, it needs to be pure gold. It needs to be pure silver. It needs to be diamond. So it means now there is that group of people that will need a specific product. For example, looking at the mode of transportation as the aircraft or the plane. That's an alternative way of transportation. I can just get my bus to go to Durban, I'll get there. But someone will say, no, I need to travel in style. So it means that different factors comes into play. So it can be prestige, it can be affordability, it can be also timing. So yes, as much as I can drive there, maybe because of time, I see that it's cost effective, maybe from the business perspective, to say rather somebody quickly fly there so that they can come back the same day. So it's a lot of issues why we do that, but we also have niche marketers. You are focusing on a certain segment. And that segment, why are you focused? So it's a small profitable market. Why are you focusing on that? Why are you identifying that small market? You have seen that it's profitable. You have seen that there is potential. And it's not for everyone. Normally, a niche, normally they are looking at exclusive products that can be maybe on the higher end, and there is a certain segment that you can focus on. But it's not always the case to say it needs to be very innovative products, very expensive products. Sometimes you can be a niche because you are just introducing a new product. So I'm introducing a new product or I'm a new business. I want to reduce my risks. I just don't want to start going large in the entire South African market. What if the business flops? So I can start with a small market so that I start to gather momentum before I can fully commercialize. But true sense, normally you'd find that they're looking at that small profitable market. But we are also saying someone can also be a niche because they are new in the market or they've got a new product, so they are trying to reduce their risks. But in true sense, you'd find that mainly they are selling exclusive products and there's a certain segment that they are looking at and they believe the segment is willing to pay high price. Are we clear? Okay, so those are the different types of positions that we can have in the market space. Okay, and then, so that's it in that chapter. And then let's look at our last chapter that we want to do today. Then the other 5 we do next week. So I'd find that if you can see the way I'm facilitating, I'm just focusing on the key main issues. So you should be able to pick out now to say, in this chapter, what are the key elements and how do I approach the chapter? How do I study? So that's what I said. When you finish, later on, you read, you do what, you do all your somersaults, your what, you are well and dry. You should just be able to sit down, look at your learning outcomes and start just learning from there. Oh, okay, understand consumer buying behavior. What are the things here? You should be able to do what I was doing here if you have studied properly. But if you haven't studied now, there are panic attacks. You come in the exams, people are, I'm sick. People, they are rushed to hospital. That's not nice. You should be responsible. Okay, so when we are looking at the issue of market segmentation and target marketing, so you'd find that in that chapter now, it's a long but very short chapter. So when you are looking at that chapter now, so you'd find that as a business, you do what is called STDP. So S is for segmentation. And then T is for targeting. D is for differentiation. And P is for positioning. So you should understand as a business, you should understand the principle of STDP. Okay, so we are going to start by looking at segmentation. What is segmentation, guys? What do you understand by segmentation? Sorry? Positioning yourself. Segmentation, what are you doing as a business? When you are positioning the business, you're already at positioning. I want segmentation. Segmentation. So when we are looking at the concept of segmentation, guys, here, that's when now, remember we said in the marketing process, we said the first step is understand your marketplace and the needs and wants of the customers. That is the first step in the marketing process. So when now you are doing segmentation, you are now going to divide your market into segments. So you are going, it's the division of your market into the different segments, into the different market segments that you want to work with. So for example, I always want to use an example of citric fruits, like for example, an orange. So your market is like an orange. This is your market. So whether you're doing your market, you need now to differentiate, to demarcate your market. Am I just doing it in South Africa? In South Africa, where? Maybe I'm in Gauteng. In Gauteng, where exactly am I? So now, you find now, the moment I'm saying I'm having my market here in Gauteng province, that's my orange. So my market, my orange is like my market. So this is my entire market now where I want to do business. But now, when I'm doing now my segmentation or my environmental scanning, then at the end of the day, I need to be able, so as much as I'm going to do business in Gauteng province, I need to decide where exactly, which areas am I going to have my businesses. Is it going to be in the CBD? Is it going to be in Sentin? Is it going to be in Tembisa? Is it going to be Edenville? I need to zero down to that. So already the moment I'm doing that, I'm doing segmentation. So if you have an orange, if you peel it, what do you find inside? You find there'll be these things. In an orange, have you seen them? What are they? What are these things? They're called what? If you open an orange, you'd find that you can actually pull pieces and give someone a piece. Maybe you are sharing with your friends. They are actually called segments. So those different pieces, they're actually called segments. So when you are segmenting now, it's like you had your orange. When you have got your orange, you are opening it now. You are scanning your environment so that you see, where can I do business? So you start dividing your market now. Yes, I have my market. Where do I want to do business? In South Africa. Where in South Africa? I'm segmenting now. I'm dividing. I'm going to do in Gauteng province. I'm going to do, where in South Gauteng province, where? I'm going to have one, one shop in CBD. I'm going to have one. You are naming the places now. What are you doing now? You are segmenting. So it's the process of dividing the market into smaller, profitable segments, or dividing your market into segments, or into smaller units, or into manageable units. So how do I now say I want to do business in Gauteng province? How do I now zero down to say I'm going to have one of my shops in Sentin? How do I come to that? So I need now to understand my market. Who are the customers that I'm serving? Which area do they patronize? What is their affordability? What do they like? So I'm trying now to understand my customers. I'm trying now to understand their needs, their wants, so that I meet them halfway, so that I meet the needs and wants of my customers. So when I am doing segmentation now, I am going to divide my market into smaller segments or into smaller units. Rather than just saying I'm doing in South Africa, I will now demarcate to say in South Africa, I'll be in Cape Town, I'll be where. So Cape Town already is my segment. In Pretoria, it's already a segment. So I have said now out of South Africa, I am now stipulating the places. So now these segments now, so you need to understand what is segmentation, dividing your market into smaller units or dividing your market into smaller segments. So once I have divided these different segments, so this is like A, B, or you've got your different names. So those are segments. So those A, B, C, those are segments. So those are the small portions of my market. Out of the entire market, I am breaking it down into smaller portions. That's segmentation. But now, you need to understand, how do you segment? What are the bases for segmentation? So you would find now, you can say, so you need now to understand segmentation bases or segmentation strategies. How do you break down your market? Do you just wake up and say, I'm going to Sentin, I'm going to Tembisa? What has informed you? So there are bases, or there are guidelines, or what we call basis for segmentation. So we have got one, geographical. So these are the main bases for dividing our market. Yes, segmentation, I'm going to divide my market into smaller units. But how do I divide my market? I need guiding principles. So what are the principles that can guide me? I can divide my market like I was talking of different areas. When you divide your market according to the different areas, you have used a geographical segmentation base. Yes.
Is that division only based on the location, but it can also be based on the services? So to speak? Like for example, the company, let's say, the graphic design company, for instance.
So you'd find that now you are going to finer details when you're looking at mainly, especially from the, to B2B industry. So this one you'd find that mainly we are looking at B2C, business to consumer. That's what I'm saying. You'd find that this one is mainly projecting, looking at from the consumer side. You also you see that when you're at BBA2, you are also looking at from the B2B side. So when you are looking also as from business to business, you can also segment according to the usage. You can also segment according to their business processes. So you'd find that now we are segmenting according to the businesses. This one you'd find that mainly it's looking at segmenting the customer. The customer segment or this customer market. Yes. So thanks for that clarification. You'd find that you speak to that when you're looking at BBA2 to say we also go further to say from the industries we look also at their usage, what they are doing, their processes. We are looking at the business. So here it's B2C. First year you'd find that you are mainly doing B2C, business to consumer. When you are in BBA2, you find that you are now looking at B2B. You are looking also at business to business. So B2C, business to consumer. So your consumer market, we said you can divide according to geographical. So it means now your segment type is based on geographical factors. So that's where you find, my location is, is in Edenville, it's Randburg. It's according to your location or the location of the business. And then you can also segment your market according to demographics. So how do I divide my market now when I'm dividing it according to demographics? According to demographics, I am looking at the characteristics of the human beings involved or my customers involved. So what are some of the characteristics that I look at when I'm looking at demographics, like the age, the gender, the occupation? So I am looking at the characteristics of the individuals. So I can say my market are teenagers. But just saying my segment are teenagers is not enough. How did I zero down to teenagers? I have divided according to demographics. So they are teenagers, and my base for segmentation is demographics because I'm looking at their age. I'm looking at their life cycle, stage in the life cycle. But the broader base is the demographics. So demographics, you are identifying or you are grouping people according to their characteristics. Maybe I can group them according to occupation. Already to their profession. Already I'm looking at their occupation. So you're looking at the characteristics of the customers. According to their age, according to their sex, I'm looking at the characteristics of the customers. Geographical, I'm segmenting according to location. Are we clear? So here demographics, you would find that we are saying, well, I'm looking, my target market are women. My target market, I'm looking at 18 years and below. So I'm talking about age, occupation. Those are the things that I can be talking about. And then you can divide according to behavioral factors. So I'm looking at the behavior. I'm looking at usage. So you'd find that, for example, when you're looking at the behavior, you're looking at the patterns. How do they use the product? What are the patterns? When do they buy it? How do they buy it? So I am understanding the behavior of the customer. And you'd find that here, under behavioral, it can be also, some products can be for certain occasions. Like a wedding gown, you don't buy it every day, girls. Ladies, it's once in a while. So you can also understand the behavior behind buying that wedding gown. It's because of the occasion. So you are looking at the behavioral pattern of the customer. So it can be according to the usage, according to the occasion that can guide you. And then we also have the psychological. Psychological now, that's what we said, it has to do with the mental faculty of the individual. What status do they want to hold? What motivation? What do they want to project? So you'd find that psychological, mainly you look at people that are status quo, they are brand oriented, and there's a certain motivation for them to use that particular, or for you to group them in that particular product because they want to use it for certain motivation that it gives them. Are we clear? For example, let's look at, for example, the, those lifestyle products that shops are having now, like Woolworths has them, Clicks has them, Discam has them. You'd find that how are they demarcating them? You'd find that they can be looking at lifestyles of people. It can be psychological, looking at the lifestyles of people that are now interested in that. Okay, so that's what you need to know when you're talking about segmentation. Understand what is segmentation. You are dividing your market into smaller, manageable, and profitable units. And how do you do that? You need to know now the segmentation strategies. How do I segment? What are the bases of segmenting? You need now to know these segmentation bases. Are we clear? So yes, I have divided my market maybe according to geographical, which is now according to location. I now know my market is in whatever area, Midrand, whatever areas that you have your businesses now. You have your businesses in those areas. I've divided according to geographical. Now, you go to the next step. Just dividing the market is not good enough. You need to be in a space whereby now you start targeting. What do you understand by targeting? When you are targeting, sorry? What is targeting? I want to understand what is targeting. What exactly do you understand by targeting?
Well, putting mechanisms in place to target that particular
Very good. Remember, we spoke about our, the step number 2, that one, the customer-driven marketing strategy. So now, you are zeroing down now to say, this is my segment. Maybe it's according to psychological factors, it's according to behavioral factors, it's according to geographical, whatever base of segmentation it is. Now you need also to make a decision. How do I design the best strategies for servicing or for doing business with that segment? Yes, I have segmented, I've divided my market into different segments. According to what? According to location. And now I know my different locations. And now when I'm targeting, I need to know how do I target now A. Customers in Tembisa, how do I target them? What are the best strategies for me to do business with them? So you are now strategizing or coming up with your market-driven strategy. So you are coming up now or you are designing strategies that are best suited for that particular segment. So targeting now is coming up with the best strategies, best solutions for you to be able to service the identified segments. So these are the segments that we are going to work with as a business. But how do we actually do business with those various segments? You'd find that when I'm working with my customers in maybe Tembisa, the strategies I may use there may be different from the strategies that I may use when I'm doing business with a customer maybe who may be in Sentin. So you'd find that I need now to understand how best to service these customers in these different segments that I have identified. So when you are when you are having your segments, you are also guided by characteristics. So your segments, now you should have your customers or you should have your segment with at least similar characteristics. What is the common ground? Yes, I'm looking at, I'm looking at teenagers. What is the common ground? I'm looking at their age. My target market, maybe it's facial product. I'm targeting women. What is the common ground? I'm looking at the gender. They are female. They are women. So you need now to understand the characteristic that you are working with. And when you are targeting now, you are now zeroing down to coming up with the best strategies of working with that particular segment that you want to work with. So when we are targeting, we are saying you need to understand now to say, which consumers are you working with? Who are they? And how best do we service them? So that, yes, I understand these are my customers, or this is my segment. So when I'm targeting now, I need to know who are they and what do they need and how best to do business with them. So at the end of the day, I am going to have what is good. I'm going to now need to have strategies that are suitable for that particular segment. Okay, that's our targeting. And also just looking at the segment before I forget, you need also to think about the characteristics of a good segment. Okay, so you need to think about characteristics of a good segment. So yes, I know what is to segment. I know what are the basis of segmentation. That's not good enough. You should be able to evaluate your segment to see if it's a good segment. So what are the characteristics or what the framework that I use for assessing the characteristics or to assess if my segment is good? So you can use the MASDA framework, the acronym MASDA. You need to understand, is your segment measurable? So you're looking at the measurability. Is it measurable? Are you able to measure your segment? So you cannot just say, I have got a segment. Are you able to quantify it? Or even if you're not maybe able to quantify it, are you able to measure the segment? So measurability, it should be measurable. And then you are looking at accessibility. I have got my segment. There I can do business. Where are you going to do business? In Mozambique. How are you going to go there? I will see, but there's a market. So you need now to be realistic. Is it accessible? It may be a very good segment there in Mozambique, but is it accessible? You'd find that by the time you get to Mozambique and what, there's no profit. You're looking at transportation, you're looking at what? There's no profit. You're looking at legislation issues, the setup issues and what? There's no profit. So you need also to understand accessibility. I'm going to supply, like that issue era when we had the water crisis in Cape Town. I'm going with water to Cape Town. But how are you taking it? You need to pay for transportation for what? By the end of the day, you cannot make a profit. So you need to also to look at closer proximity. Are you closer to your segment or is it accessible? It may be far, but it's still accessible because of online issues, or if you calculate that there's still profitability at the end of the day. Then substantial. Is it substantial? Is it large enough? So you cannot just say you have got one customer. I've got a good segment. Of course, you'd find that nowadays, as businesses, we are also doing customization. But you'd find that for customization now, it works now when you're doing especially B2B. Or maybe even if you are working with, like as an individual, but if they're having bulk purchase, especially from a B2B perspective. Yes, I can have one customer, they want certain product, then I customize it and I make it according to their needs. But make sure that at least they're buying in bulky so that I don't also run a loss as a business. And then differentiable. What are the different characteristics of your segment? If you are saying I've got a segment in Randburg, another one in, Midrand, what are the characteristics? What is the differentiating factor? So if it's a similar segment, why are you having another one? So you need to be able to differentiate it. What are the differentiable factors? What is making it different? What is making it unique? Are we clear? And then actionable. Are you able to, when you set up and say, yeah, I'm now starting business, are you really able to do business? So is it actionable? So this is the framework that you can use when you are testing whether your segment is good enough. Are we clear? So those are the three main things that you need to know. Be able to define it. Be able to know the segmentation basis. Be able to know the criteria of something that is called a good segment. Are we clear? And then going back to targeting now, we are saying you need to come up with the best strategies for that segment that you have identified. So we just want also to look at the different segments that you can have as a business. So let's look at our targeting strategies that you can have as a business. Okay, so when we are looking at targeting, so you can find that you can now do, mass targeting strategy. Okay, so you'd find now this is the one size fit all. Like from the Chinese industry, you'd find that the dress can fit my size, can fit someone smaller than me, can fit someone bigger than me. That's the mass targeting. Okay, so when you're using the mass targeting strategy, there is no differentiation. So it means now what you do for segment A, you do it for segment B. So whether I have divided my market according to location, according to demographics, according to psychographics, I'm going to do now mass targeting strategy. So the mass targeting strategy now, you are using a similar or a uniform strategy for the entire market. So what I do in segment A, I do the same in segment B, I do the same in segment C. So it find that even quality, maybe I'm having the same quality, price, I'm having the same price, I'm having the same what. So it's one size fit all. Or all my strategies are the same for all the different segments that I'm going to be working with. And then I can also have a concentrated targeting strategy. Okay, so the concentrated now, that can also be taken as a niche marketer. So you'd find that you are going now to use a niche to be like a niche marketer or a concentrated strategy. You are now differentiating or you are using the different strategies for different segments. So it means now I am concentrating or I am using a certain strategy for that specific segment. So it means now, even if I have divided, let's say, my markets according to location, I will say, no. When I go to Sentin, the perception is people have got money. They are willing to pay. So I can go with a high price. So I can go with a high quality, high price. Then when I go somewhere else where I feel they don't have money, I can go with the lower quality, lower price. That's exactly what the Chinese do. You'd find that they are the ones that make the best or one of the best, quality when it comes to clothes or whatever they are making. But what do they do when they come to Africa? They bring a lower level. When they go to the European countries, it's a different story altogether. You'd find that they are also competing on that level of high quality. But when they come here, their perception is, in Africa, we don't have money. So you'd find that they bring in the lower level. And when they come to Africa, you'd find that South Africa is the one that will be having a higher quality. Go to other African countries, you'd find that it's even lower. So it means now, already, they are using the concentrated or the niche marketing. So they are using according to so they are focusing on a specific segment. So we can say now, when I'm focusing on this segment that I perceive they've got money, I can use, or I can actually be able to get higher prices. So with a niche marketer or a concentrated marketer, normally you are concentrating on a smaller, specific, profitable market. Normally with the concentrated marketing or niche marketing, or which is also called the focus strategy. This focus strategy or concentrated strategy, you'd find that normally the distinctive factor, you are focusing on the quality of your product or the exclusiveness of your product. So you take pride in the innovation that is in your product. For example, looking at the Apple products, they are very nice, they're very expensive, but are we all able to own an iPhone? Fewer people are able to do that. So already they believe, yes, it's expensive, it's on the higher end, but they believe there's a certain segment that is willing to buy, that is can afford, that also has a certain status that they need to maintain. So this is the concentrated, you are focusing on a smaller profitable market. Normally, that market, you are looking at their affordability. You are also looking at the quality. It's a high quality here. And you are able to charge high pricing. So your pricing strategy here, you'd find that there will be premier pricing strategy or skimming, price skimming. So high prices here. And then you can also use the differentiation targeting strategy. So we said concentrated, it can also be taken as focus. You are just focusing on a specific segment. Then differentiation targeting strategy. Differentiation targeting strategy now, you'd find that you differ. It can be according to location, it can be according to price, it can be according to quality, but based on your demographics. So when I'm dealing with people that I feel they are, they can afford, I can have higher prices. When I deal with the markets that I feel maybe they may not afford, I may go with lower quality but lower price. So you are differing your quality. So you are playing around your marketing mix. You are servicing your market according to the P's. So the quality, the price, the place, the promotion, all those things, they are zeroed on the nature of your market. So I am differing my strategies, my marketing strategies, according to the different segments that I am focusing on. This one, concentrated, normally I just pick on one or so. But if you want, normally one, I pick on a segment that I focus on. Here, you can be having different segments, but those different markets, you vary your strategy. So you find quality may be different, price may be different, how you distribute it is different. So that's differentiation. Here, one segment or so that you are focusing on, that you are servicing, and normally you are looking at innovation. So focus, normally you are looking at innovation, prices are also high. Differentiation, normally you'd find that also innovation comes into play. That's what can help you to differentiate. Then you are finding now, we are also having micro marketing. Or micro targeting. So when you are looking at the micro marketing or the micro targeting strategy, you would find that organizations now, yes, we said it's not possible or it's not business feasible for you to try to target one business, one customer. But you'd find that it makes business sense if you are doing a B2B. So some organizations now, they are customized, so it can also be called customized targeting strategy or micro targeting strategy. So with the customized targeting strategy now, you'd find that some organizations, they are now, if you are also doing business with another organization, they are now able to tailor-make their strategies or their marketing activities to suit the need of that particular one business that they want to work with. But of course, you still need to do your cost-benefit analysis. Does it make business sense? I cannot say one person wants one product, then I say, I'm customizing. Of course, if I'm at a smaller scale, maybe it's a home-based, business, maybe I'm baking cakes, then someone wants one cake, two cakes, I can customize. But from a business perspective, honestly, one customer walking in and say, I want this, then you customize, sometimes it's difficult or it doesn't make sense. But if you are looking at that one customer, looking at maybe bulk purchase, then maybe you can customize for them. So the customization is actually an emerging theme in marketing to say businesses are also trying to tailor-make their solutions to fit the needs of their customers. But do cost-benefit analysis to see if it makes sense business-wise. Okay, so these are our targeting strategy. So you can do the mass targeting strategy, one size fits all. Or you can do the concentrated or the focus, you focus on a specific segment. Normally expensive products. Differentiation, what you do in one market is different from what you do in another market. Or the micro or the customized targeting strategy, you customize according to the customers that you are dealing with. So understand what is targeting. You are now identifying the best strategies of servicing or the market-driven strategies that you are going to use to service your identified segments. So once you have segmented, you have targeted, now you differentiate. So what are we talking about when you're looking at this differentiation? So we are saying now, how do you make yourself as a business different? So for so long, businesses, we're just looking at STP, segmentation, targeting, and positioning. But because of competition, remember I said we are operating in a VUCA world. Now, businesses, they are taking it also to be their business to look at the differentiation. What are the unique features? What makes your brand different from what others are offering? So when you're looking at that differentiation, where are you looking at making yourself unique as a brand? What makes you unique? Is it the brand? Is it the quality? Is it the price? So you are looking at your tactics, your marketing tactics. So your marketing tactics, we are speaking to your marketing piece, your marketing mix. So what is differentiating you? How are you doing business which makes you to be unique? So you'd find that this is where businesses are losing it or gaining it. What is making you unique? Why should customers want to come to you and not go to your competitor? What is different? So you are looking at the entire piece. What are my people like? Are they skills? What is their customer service? What is my physical building like? Is it accessible? Is it user-friendly? You find that there are some systems whereby you are looking at their website, you don't know where is what, you are opening your eyes, you are rolling your eyes, you feel you are down, but you are not down. It's not user-friendly. So it's not user-friendly. So we want now things which are user-friendly. So all those things, what differentiate, what is the demarcation? So you'd find that as businesses, you need to be able to make yourself unique. What are the unique features? So you'd find that another area which is making businesses to be able to be differentiated is innovation. What innovation do you have as a business? Because already as customers from where they are sitting, they are already expecting innovation from you. They are already expecting new products from you, even if you don't have them. But they are expecting. Otherwise, they become bored with the existing one and they leave you. Are we clear? So even the product or the service may not change. But what are you doing to show that you are aligning yourself with technology? Are you still that shop that is like is still punching? What is the price? Okay. Well, how long are you going to take? Or you are also aligned with the time, you are just scanning quickly so that you service the customers. So that's the differentiation. What are the unique features? How are you making yourself different? Okay. And then lastly is positioning. So what is positioning? So when we are looking at positioning, guys, we are looking at the perceptions. So these are the opinions. It's not from your perspective. You'd find that positioning now is from the customer's perspective. What you can do as a business is to lay the foundation. But the one who is going to endorse the noise that you make is the customer. So positioning, that's the perceptions, or those are the opinions that customers have about the position of your brand. When it comes to their mind, so you'd find that with customers, guys, automatically they are positioning you in their mindset. So already they have what are called brand perception maps. So already they have got different positions in the mindset. The moment somebody is saying, I want to buy a new laptop, different names comes to mind. So already they will think, okay, it's going to be Toshiba, it's going to be Esa, it's going to be what? Already it means there are certain positions, there is a certain mentality about position. But when they are positioning you now, when they're having these perceptions, so we are saying positioning is the perceptions that customers have about your position in the market space. But when they are putting you according to these positions, these customers, you would find that they are looking at things from different variables. So they will be positioning you according to the different variables, depending with what they are working with at that time. So you'd find that a customer may position you according to price and quality. So automatically, they are thinking of buying something. They will think about maybe price, they will think about quality, and then automatically they put you in a row. If they think, or remember we said need recognition, then information search, then evaluating alternatives. So when they are evaluating alternatives now, they are guided by the perceptions that they have about you as a brand. What comes to their mind when they think about you as a business? Let me, did I put a brand perception map? I didn't put a perception map. I didn't put a brand perception map. Okay. So when we are looking at a brand perception map, let me check if I can get one from you. Mojo. Let's go to page 106. 106. Are we there? Okay. So that is the brand perception. That is what is it? It's a positioning map, or what is also called a brand perception map. So it means now when the customer is looking at you, for example, looking at that page, already they are, so it's like they're already looking at, they already have a map in their mindset. So it will determine now, it will be determined now of what they are thinking about. So let's look at things. Let's look at variables. So let's look at price. Let's look at quality. High quality. Low quality. And then high price. And then low price. Okay. So let's say we are just looking from the retail industry's perspective, or let's say we are looking from the retail stores, looking from the grocery stores. So let's think of some shops, retail stores that we can put here, that we perceive their products are high quality and their price are high price. So it's high price, but products, they're high quality. Which one? So let's look at the retail stores, the ShopRite, Pick and Pay, whatever. So let's look at which one has got high price, high quality. Okay? Woolworths. What else? Checkers. I'm just going to plot them anyhow. Pick and Pay. What else? Sorry? Spa. Okay. So we are saying these ones, it's high quality, high price. Are we together? All of those. Pick and Pay. Okay. Let's go to high price, low quality. Which one would you put in this paradigm? High price, but low quality. Spa. So Spa, I remove it there, I put it here. Which other one? High price, low quality. You can't think of anything else. Let's go to low quality, low price. Huh? Cambridge. Which other one? Low quality, low price. Low, low. Let's go to, okay, let's go to high quality, low price. High quality, low price. Huh? Checkers, so I remove it here. Are you saying Pick and Pay it's high quality, high price? No, it's not. Apart from Woolworths, which other one can I put here? In the food one, which one can I put here? Huh? Which other one can we put here? Okay, so this came. We look at the grocery side. What is it? But they don't have really much. Okay, maybe for purposes of comparison or what I just want to appraise, let's just look at this quadrant. Then we see how the positioning map or the brand perception map works. So these things, guys, where are they happening? In the mindset of the customer. The customer will not come to you and tell you anything. It's all processed here. Remember that black box? We spoke about the black box. It's all in the black box. So already the moment they hear of a brand, depending with what they are looking for at that time, is it quality and price, automatically the customer lines you up in their mindset. So let's see how it works. Let's say, for example, all these guys, they were in this paradigm. So we are looking at high price and high quality. So these guys, already it's mathematical issues. If you run away from maths, it's coming again. 2, 3, 4, 5. Okay, so let's see, so that when you see them now, you understand what is happening. So for example, let's look at Woolworths to say what position is it given. So Woolworths is we are looking at 1, and we are looking at maybe 1.5. So it's here, so 1.5. And then we are looking, let's look at Pick and Pay. Pick and Pay, let's say we are here. So we are looking at Pick and Pay and here. So you need to understand where you are now. From here now, Woolworths and Pick and Pay, which one is of a higher position? Which one is of higher position from the map? It's Pick and Pay. Because you are looking at, as we go up, the values are increasing. As we go across, the values are increasing. So you'd find that Pick and Pay is of higher value. So already when the customers are thinking of you now, they are positioning you now. Already they know Pick and Pay is higher than this. But in this case, I was just plotting without us analyzing it, but we are analyzing the map now to say how does it work, so that when you are plotting it, you know what you are plotting. So from what we have done here, we are saying according to quality and price, Pick and Pay is higher than Woolworths, which is it true? So you'd find that when you do these things now, you need now to have some mathematical aspect in your mindset so that you are able to analyze, so that you'll be able to put correctly Woolworths there, then Pick and Pay there. Because those are the different positions that customers will have when they are analyzing things in their mindset. Are we clear? And then we are here now. Let's look at the negative side. So here it's minus 1, minus 2, minus 3. Minus 1, minus 2, minus 3, minus 4. Okay, let's look at Cambridge. So Cambridge, we can say it's minus 2, minus 2. Let's look at USAFE. Let's look at ShopRite. ShopRite, minus 4, minus 3. Which one is of higher value? So here, it's minus 2, minus 2. Here, minus 4, minus 3, minus 4. Which one is of higher value? Cambridge. So when it goes to the minus, it's vice versa. Remember, the bigger the number, when you are looking at minus, the smaller the number. So this one, minus 2, is bigger than minus 4. Because we are saying 0 is bigger than all these numbers. So the one which is closer to 0 is bigger. So when it comes here, the story has changed. It means now, this one closer to the 0 is higher than this one. But when we are here, it's different. This one is lower than the one which is here. So you need to understand those now so that if you are plotting something, it makes sense to you. So you need to be having that mathematical framework in your mindset. So these are the positioning maps or the brand perception map. So in short, we are saying when customers think of you guys, they automatically start positioning you, depending with what they value. Is it price? Is it quality? What are they valuing? Is it accessibility? So you'd find that the customer is projected to variables. So they'll be having 2 variables that they are working with. So when we are having those customers saying, Nike is a strong brand, it's a good brand, why are they saying that? Already there are things that they are looking at. Maybe they are looking at the quality and the price. So that's what we must always be mindful of as a business. Ours is to project or to present our market offering so that when the customers now are doing their position, we are also able to get a better position. Yes, we can say we are a market leader, but is it in alignment with what customers are viewing us? So what we are saying should be aligned to what the customers are saying about us. Many are times that we brag that we are a market leader, yet according to the customers, we are actually a follower. So there is an alignment. So in short, we are saying let's be ethical. Let's live to our story. If we are saying we are a market leader, are we really doing things for a market leader? So that the customer can endorse, because the endorsement comes from the customer. So we are saying positioning, those are the perceptions that the customers have about our position. Okay, all right. Maybe to just highlight also when you are segmenting the steps that you follow, we are saying select the category. So you need to understand the category that you'll be using in selecting, and then identify the needs of your customer, and then choose the segmentation best. So that's what we're talking about, to say how do you segment now. So the most important thing I said, be able to identify or to define segmentation. Be able to understand the segmentation basis, and then be able to understand the framework or the criteria of a good segment. That one which we say the master. So in marketing, it's all about having your own acronyms so that you remember these things. So you never go and Google and say, I'm looking for master. You will not find it. It's the acronym that you need to also have your own acronym, okay? And then we are saying select the descriptors. You need to have the characteristics of the different segments. Yes, I've segmented according to geographical areas, but what characteristics in the geographical area am I interested in? And then profile the segment. You need to now have a concrete segment, and then identify the dimensions of that segment before you eventually, target. So this is what is very important in that chapter, to say we understand the principles of STDP. So this is what you should be able to sit down and do. Okay, this chapter, what am I going to do? I need to know about segmentation. What am I going to do? I need to be able to define. I need to know how to put the different sectors. I need to know the criteria. Targeting, what am I doing? What is targeting now? It needs to follow segmentation. You cannot say I target, then I segment. How do you do that? You segment, then you target. So you find that this is like in order. So how am I targeting? You need to know about the targeting strategy. What is targeting? What are the targeting strategies? So that as a business, you know which strategy works for you and which strategy works for the segment that you have identified. Then you need to know also about the differentiation issues, to say what is differentiation? It's having unique features about my product, about my service. Why is it important? And then finally, positioning. You need to know that because it has got a repercussion on your brand as an organization. So guys, this is what we wanted to today. Then next week we are looking at the last chapters. So you'd find that those ones we are just mainly looking at we are now looking at the P's. So you'd find that we have been laying the foundations. So now we are going to look at them. We are going to look at the P's for our for our thing. So I want you to start working on the assignment. Let me just see what you can start doing so long. So this is now higher education, guys. For those who are doing this for the first time, there's no spoon feeding. It's survival of the fittest. So you don't wait to say, she will do it. I will not do anything. This is your qualification. I worked for it. You must work for yours. Okay, so let's look at number one. So number one, they are saying, write your own definition of marketing using at least 3 sources, properly reference, ensure that it identifies the 3 basic purposes of marketing. So they are saying they need you to articulate what is marketing. So you need to speak to different authors according to so and so. So we will talk about referencing when we finish next week. So we don't want everything according to what? So we need variation. Even your assignment, there should be variation. So we'll show you how to do that. They should be interesting, okay? So you write your definitions from 3 people, but also close in from your understanding. What do you think it is? And then the what is it? They want you to write in your own way, and at least 3 sources. Yeah, you need to also to articulate from 3 different people to say what are they saying, and then zero down what are you saying as an individual. Because when you are writing an assignment, you are an active participant. You are not a spectator. They say, what are you saying? You are also active, okay? And then you are guided by marks. It's 10 marks. And then they also want you to be speaking to those basic issues that we said they're important in any marketing definition, to say those 3 things that we said they're important. You need also to speak to them to say any definition for marketing, it needs actually to articulate the following basic criteria. Those you find them when you read properly. And then identify at least 4 emerging worldwide trends that are changing the marketing landscape and challenging marketing strategies. Remember, we highlighted to say we're operating in a VUCA world. We also highlighted technology, globalization. So you need to just speak to 4 of those, also elaborating how these are emerging themes in the 21st or in the current era that we are in. So speak to those, identify any 4 trends, and then you also elaborate them. Okay. And then comment on the following statement: an organization does not exist in a vacuum. What does it mean from a marketing perspective? So you need to speak to that. When we are saying you are not operating in a vacuum, you cannot afford to be alone. It means other people are always around you. So what does that mean? What do you understand by that? So that will not just give you 10 marks to just say, it means I do not exist in a vacuum. You need to speak, to say something more. So if you are not in a vacuum, where are you? Where are you? What are the things that are affecting you? Who are the other people that are affecting you? What are other environments affecting you? Not to say now you go and say, there's micro environment, then you start analyzing. It's only 10 marks. At least maybe you highlight to say you are influenced by the environment, competitor, whatever you can say that you feel can make you survive. And then on March 15, 1962, President John F. Kennedy presented a speech to the United States Congress in which he extolled 4 basic consumer rights, which were later adopted in the Consumer Bill of Rights. The United Nations then expanded this into 8 basic consumer rights, identified these 8. So he spoke about consumerism, and I intentionally left out the 8 basic rights, consumer rights. So you need to go and research from the Bill of Rights, which is now aligned to the, to the United Nations Bill. What are they saying? What are the 8 basic human rights, or consumer rights? So you need to speak to that. So you identify those 8. And then what is meant by the term marketing myopia? Find your own example, not from the textbook, of a current past company that you think suffers or has suffered from competitive myopia. Motivate why you choose this company as an example. So you need to speak to the concept of marketing myopia. What are you doing? If as a business, if you are looking at things from a marketing myopia perspective, you also allude to an organization that has gone, or that you know that it has been, maybe from your perspective, has been doing marketing myopia or has suffered from competitive myopia, and how did it affect the business. This is very simple. I don't think this is for you guys. And then number 4, the table below outlines the major best marketers use to segment consumer markets. But beware, the list has been scrambled, so you have to rewrite the correct variables next to each. So those are jumbled up. So for example, we are saying behaviorals, we are saying the variables are nations, regions, states, province. That's not correct. You need to align now to say when it's behavioral, which one is corresponding to that. Is it the occasion? Is it the age? Is it, you find the one which is matching. So you find that when you write behavioral, you go and choose which variable is aligned, because they are mixed up. Are we clear? Yes. Then next week now, we look at 5.1 up to the end. So already what is the meaning? It means that now you don't have time to waste. By next week, you should have done number 1 up to number 4. Are we clear? So here, guys, no playing. You need to make sure that you work. So when you are looking also at your assignment, let me just highlight so that as you start, you are also geared to doing that. So your assignment, guys, when they are being marked, assignment, this is the structure. All assignment should have, cover page. So you should have a cover page. So a cover page, that is the first page for your assignment. It should have your name, the module, the number of pages, all that information. Sometimes you find that students can also put their authenticity on there. There's sometimes a section there where you need to sign. But this is your information now. At least in your things, your assignment should have a cover page. And then you have the contents page. Your contents page now, you need now to write contents page. So this is on a different page. You don't write cover page. We just see name, module, number of letters, what. Not to write now cover page. I already know cover page when I see that. Then here, you write contents page. Under contents page, you can write contents page, or then you write content, then you write page. So there should be good alignment. Content may be there, page may be there. Then you write blah, maybe you can write maybe 1 or just writing blah, blah, blah. Then you put maybe page 2, 2, 3. Because 1 and 2, you'd find that they've gone maybe to cover and contents page. So how do you put the content there now? So for example, let's say I'm doing number 1. You don't go and write the whole sentence number 1. No. You choose now, like for example, they're saying write your own definition of marketing using at least 3 sources. Properly reference. Ensure that it identifies the 3 basic purposes of marketing. What is the main concept there? What are they telling you? What is the definition? Maybe you can say defining marketing. So that's your content. Maybe defining or definition of marketing or defining marketing. Defining marketing, then you put it on page what? Then you are going to the next one. You find also what is the bigger sense. So we don't want now to see a content which is 10 lines now. No. Just something brief that is speaking to that. Then you write the pages. Are we clear? So when you finish your pages, now when you are starting the proper assignment, already you are like on page number 3. This one we don't count it when we count page numbers. So cover page, independent page. Contents page, independence page. Page 3 now, you are starting your assignment proper. So when you are starting your assignment proper, we want to see you writing the word introduction. The moment it's not there, others they assume, they will know that this is an intro. I will not know. I know, but I will not know because I don't know that you know. You need to tell me that you know. Are we clear? You need to tell me that you know. Because when we are marking, we have got what is called rubric, and rubric will be having marks for this introduction and the conclusion. So as much as you write it, if you don't write to say introduction, no marks. So the marker needs to see the word introduction. Then I'll highlight to you how do you write your introduction. But your introduction is going to give an overview of your assignment. We don't want the first person. When you are writing this, I'm going to write about, no, we are not going to write about. So you separate yourself from the assignment. So maybe this assignment 6-2, this write-up 6-2, then you highlight what the write-up is going to do. Are we clear? So this assignment 6-2, this write-up 6-2, then you write what are you attempting to do. So you should have a bigger picture. You are trying to look at the different elements of the assignment to say, what is it trying to cover? From this question number 1 to number 6, what is the bigger story? So that's what you highlight. So you'd find that now others will say, this story, number 1, we are going to define marketing. Then give an overview to say, holistically, what is the assignment trying to do? So you are informed by the different questions. But you don't try now to say, question 1, question 2, but you have a bigger picture. Then you align. And guys, we did not tell you to say, define what is marketing. That's not what the assignment is all about. You'd find that most people, when they are writing, ICT is what? They're in marketing. Marketing is, no. Give an overview of the assignment. What are all the questions saying? So that's your introduction. So you're giving an overview. This assignment seeks to, then you elaborate. What are you seeking to do? What is the assignment trying to do? You are informed by the different questions. But don't be tempted to try to cover all the questions because sometimes it's not possible. Just give an overview. When you finish introduction now, you start the assignment. You'd find that others, they now write body. We used to do that when you're writing assignment. But now here, we no longer write body. When I finish introduction, automatically I write question. Maybe I've got 1.1. Then I start answering. Then maybe I've got question 2.2, question 1.2, then I answer. Because now in the marking grid, there are different sections, guys, for these things. So now if you just write as a story from here, then you write body. What is this body? Is it 1.1? Is it 1? What is this? So there are no marks for you. So correct numbering is important. That's where you are losing marks. For those who have been here, that's where you are losing marks. Then when you finish now, when you have finished, you will write the word conclusion. Conclusion now, it's like, it's the same as introduction. But here you are saying, I'm going to. Here you are saying, I have done. So this assignment, from the above discussion, from the above analysis, it can be concluded that. What are you concluding? You are concluding now what has been covered. Sometimes you find that it's exactly the same like that, but that shift in your mindset to say now you are concluding, it's very important. Then when you finish, then you put your reference. So I'll show you how to populate your reference. So you need now to see your sources. Where did you get information? So that's your structure. Cover, what is it? Your cover page, your contents page, so you find that as soon as you finish introduction, you start the questions. So you don't say introduction, you leave a page, you go to the next page. No. Introduction, same page, you are already starting question 1, question 2, then you continue. When you finish, then conclusion, then reference. So all these words need to come out. So some students now, they get confused. When they go to BBA 2, they are writing assignment, they are writing exam now. Because BBA 1, you write online for those who are first timers. When they are BBA 2 now, you don't write online, you write now paper-based. You'd find that now someone is in the exam, they are writing introduction, conclusion. Now the story has changed. You don't have that time. In the exam, you quickly just need to start your questions and go. But that's for your second year. So thank you, guys. We'll look at the other sections next week. And I'll also show you using the portal, those who are struggling. But if you want to be shown now, you can come, then I show you. But otherwise, thank you so much. I will see each other next week. Yes?